Happy Saturday, America. So good to see you here. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Conway, South Carolina, a town that's not too far from Myrtle Beach. Beautiful area. Lots of excitement for President Trump coming to rally here today. So this is different than a speech. This is a rally, and the people here are energetic. They are chanting Trump. They have their signs. They have their hats. They have their attire on. MAGA movement is here, and they're here in full force. Now, we are at Coastal Carolina, the basketball arena here at the university. So Coastal Carolina University in the basketball arena, which holds 3,400 people, and right now it's already packed with standing room only. Coming in just about 30 minutes ago, there are thousands of people in line wrapped around blocks and blocks of the university hoping to get in, but it's not looking like a lot of those people will be able to because it's already packed in here. Before we show you the crowds, I want to tell you that Birch Gold Group is the place to invest for your future. Birch Gold Group has a A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you're looking to invest in your future, your IRA, your 401k, gold is the way to go. So text the word Trump to 989898. You will get a free information kit. A representative will contact you and work with you on the best way to save for your future. I know times are tough right now for so many Americans, but they will help you rest easy at night knowing that your money is safe and so is your future. So text the word Trump to 989898. We're going to talk about all that's been in the news this week. It's been a busy week for President Trump. But before we do that, I'm going to step out of the way and kind of show you what the people here are seeing. They're seeing videos being played by the Trump team. You have a video talking about Nikki Haley right now. Now, remember, we are in her home state of South Carolina. And there's a video playing that says, "Stick a fork in it. Nikki Haley is done." And the crowd here is erupting. They are cheering. There was a video playing just before we went live of President Biden. The crowd booed as soon as they saw that video. So very energetic crowd here. Again, it is packed. This arena holds 3,400 people. Every seat is full, plus standing room only, with thousands outside still waiting to hopefully have a chance to come in. So we'll see what happens. There might be an overflow area for them that the Trump team will set up, but we'll see because this is a huge, huge show of support here. Just 2 weeks out from the South Carolina primary. The people of South Carolina will go to the polls on Saturday, February 24th. Again, just 2 weeks away to the day. And from the looks of this crowd, they are ready, and they are ready to support President Donald J. Trump. Now, we will have a pre-program start here in a little bit. And then we'll have Donald Trump, the president, the 45th president, walk on stage and address the crowd here shortly. So stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network, your campaign headquarters, your election headquarters for the 2024 election season. We are on the road with President Trump. We'll be here at every event, and we're proud to be here. We're happy to be here for you. So stay with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stay along for the ride because the Trump train is taking the course all across the country. We just left the beautiful state of Nevada, flew in last night to South Carolina from Las Vegas. We'll talk about that here in a little bit as well. And then we'll talk about the plans for the upcoming weeks for President Trump, what has been announced so far. But as we look at the crowd, you can see everyone here is patriotic. They are true patriots who want a better country. They have seen what has happened in the last 3 years under a Biden administration, and they want change. They want an America that their parents grew up in, that their grandparents grew up in. And in just 3 short years, the Biden administration has destroyed this country. So America cannot handle another 4 years of a Democrat-run administration. But today we're celebrating. We're having a great time here at Coastal Carolina University. Now, just to let you know, as we watch the crowd and watch what people are seeing here as they cheer on President Trump, when they go to the polls in 2 weeks, 50 delegates are up for grabs from South Carolina. So 50 delegates are up for grabs. Right now, President Trump has earned 63 delegates. He has won Iowa. He has won Nevada. He has won New Hampshire. He has won the U.S. Virgin Islands. So he is 4-0 right now. And the next one up is South Carolina with 50 delegates up for grabs. So again, a crowd outside, standing room only here, showing video of Biden as the crowd boos, showing video of Nikki Haley, her home state, the crowd booing for her as well. We have several state reps and state leaders in the House today. We have Governor Henry McMaster, who is here. We also have Lieutenant Governor Pam Evett, who is here. We have Representative Russell Fry, who is here, and also Representative Mike Waltz. So President Trump has a slew of people who have supported him, who have endorsed him from South Carolina. All right, so let's take a look at what's been happening in the news this week. It has been a busy week for President Trump. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. We have some Right Side Broadcasting fans below us. So it's been a busy week for President Trump in the state or the nation's capital. We start with the Supreme Court hearings that took place this week regarding the January 6th and if he should be on the ballot in Colorado. Well, Colorado ruled, the Supreme Court and the state ruled that he should not be on the ballot for the primary and also for the general election in November because they claim insurrection when it comes to January 6th. The Colorado Republican Party has appealed that. They took it to the U.S. Supreme Court, who heard hearings this week. Now, a decision has not been made. However, they have heard both sides of arguments regarding whether or not President Trump should be on the ballot. Well, speaking to people who are close to President Trump and on Team Trump, they feel very good about what they heard and what came out of those hearings in the Supreme Court and are hopeful that the Supreme Court justices abide by the law of the land, by the 14th Amendment, Section 3, and if they keep politics out of this, they will rule correctly and President Trump will be on the ballot in Colorado. Speaking to Kash Patel in Las Vegas just 2 nights ago, he says usually it could take several months for a ruling to take place by the Supreme Court, but since we are on a time limit here with the primaries and the general election, he's expecting a ruling much sooner, so they may rush that ruling. But again, that's taking place in Washington, D.C. That happened 2 days ago. Right after that, President Trump held a press conference at Mar-a-Lago talking about the situation going on at the Supreme Court. From there, he flew out to Las Vegas, where he had a watch party on caucus night. That was February 8th. On Thursday, he won the caucus with 99% of the vote. Now, looking back a little bit, Nikki Haley was not on the caucus ballot. She was on the primary ballot that was held on February 6th. That was irrelevant. No delegates were awarded in that. And President Trump was not even on the ballot there because it is irrelevant. He remained on the caucus ballot where he earned those delegates. Well, He won with 99% of the vote, and so now turning his attention to South Carolina, Nikki Haley's home state. So that took place on Thursday. That morning, President Trump was at Mar-a-Lago watching the Supreme Court hearings. He held a press conference from there, flew to Nevada, where he won in a landslide, celebrated that night, and now turning his attention to South Carolina. He did speak last night at the NRA convention, and our Matthew Alvarez was there. He talked a lot about gun rights and how when he is president again, he'll make sure that you as an American can keep your firearms, and a strong believer that Americans have the right to carry. So he spoke at the NRA last night, again in South Carolina today. We're hearing that he has several more events planned here in South Carolina in the coming weeks as we move closer to that primary day, which is 2 weeks from today. Also, what took place this week was a special counsel, Robert Hur, who ruled that President Biden will not be prosecuted for the classified documents that were found in his garage. Now remember, those classified documents were found by his car and also by a lamp and other boxes. They were wide open. They didn't even have a lid on the box where the classified documents were being held. The special counsel ruled that President Biden has poor memory. He is an elderly man, and so maybe he just did not know that the classified documents were there. With that being said, President Biden, which is very rare, held the address to the nation shortly after that ruling, saying that his memory is fine. He looked very angry. He looked very upset that this was being that this was the ruling. Now, he was happy with the ruling that he wasn't going to be charged with this, but he was not happy with the wording in it that he has poor memory, because it goes to, well, if you have poor memory, not knowing if boxes are in your garage, how can you run a country? He says his memory is fine. He really got angry at the reporters who were asking him questions. Peter Ducey with Fox News was the first to throw out a question to President Biden. They had a little exchange back and forth that was not nice, and then the rest of the reporters had a chance to ask questions, and he was very angry with them too regarding his mental capacity and if his memory is intact to continue serving as president. From there, he walked off and looked very, very angry. So that was taking place. He did say that this is very different from the Mar-a-Lago boxes hoax, where they found documents inside Mar-a-Lago. President Biden stated in that press conference that Mar-a-Lago is a public place. It is not. It's a secure place. It is the home, the residency of President Trump. And so if President Biden can be cleared of this, President Trump should be cleared as well. This is clearly election interference, in my opinion, and just another attempt to keep President Trump off the ballot and keep President Biden on the ballot. So that's taking place this week as well. So it's been a very busy week. But we knew it would be going into 2024. We knew that it was going to be a wild ride. And so far, we're in February, just February, with months to go until November. And it's already been pretty chaotic, but that's okay. President Trump, if anybody can do it, he can. And the people here know it. They love him for it. And they're here in a show of support. It's kind of like a way to say thank you for having our back. Okay, I'm going to step away for a second to show you more of the crowd. We have a camera that is in the suite. We have my camera, and we also have a lot of people here. We also have a lot of people here in support of the president. I don't think they're letting anyone in right now. I'm looking at the doors, and it looks a little tight. Hey, I'm going to bring on a guest real quick. This is Colton Furlow. How are you doing? Good to see you.
It's been forever.
Yes.
A year.
you're from here.
I am.
And you're excited. Yes, all started. You actually went to college here. Tell me about the excitement. Colton, there are thousands of people outside.
There are thousands of people outside. When I got here, the line was pretty moderate. I got here very early, but now the lines are all the way back to the baseball field, the softball field. Nikki Haley couldn't put these numbers up here at Coastal 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and we were talking about that just a couple of days ago about she held a rally of sorts or a speech here on campus a couple of there, and it was in a smaller venue, much smaller, and it wasn't even full.
Right. Well, when I came here to college, Joe Biden came to visit, and they put him in the small gym because they knew that he couldn't pull the numbers. Well, about 2 weeks ago, Nikki Haley came here, and they put her in the small gym that would fit maybe about 1,000 people. But as we saw from the pictures, that place was fairly empty. You see here, Donald Trump's in the main arena here at Coastal Carolina, and this place is packed, and there's thousands of people who aren't even going to make it in.
How fun is that? Now, you spent some time outside before you came in. Let's talk about the energy of the people out there. They're hopeful, they're excited, and they're just really looking forward to 2 weeks from now going out to vote.
Right, well, these people, Donald Trump's voters, love America. You'll never see anything like it anywhere else. You'll never see this from any Democrat rally. These people truly love America. They're so excited. The enthusiasm is amazing outside. And these people are ready to send a message to Nikki Haley in her home state that she needs to drop out right now.
And let's talk about that. When people watched the video a while ago about Nikki Haley being done, they cheered. They want her to be done. The people here want her to drop out, and this is her home state. You know what I was thinking this morning? When she does drop out, will she come back to South Carolina? Because the people here are upset with her for being in this race.
I think she might be banned from this state because it's so embarrassing. And how can she come back here herself without being completely embarrassed? I mean, the numbers don't lie. She doesn't stand a chance. And I have secondhand embarrassment for her for just, staying in this race. She basically claimed second in Iowa, and then she lost New Hampshire. Then she lost to nobody in Nevada, and she's going to get thumped in South Carolina. Like, give it up, lady.
Yeah. And but when she talks, she says there's still a lot of the country left to vote, but the people have spoken so far, and we see it all over the country. So we don't know. We're thinking that maybe after South Carolina, she may give it up.
Well, I hope so, but I see her surrogates on Twitter. They say that Super Tuesday, she's going to win. I'm thinking, what world are you people living in? The poll numbers are showing it and proving her wrong. The ballots are proving her wrong in these states that have already voted. There's no chance. I don't know what she's going to do after this. She might go back to Boeing, be a board member somewhere else. I don't know.
We'll see what happens. Now, let's talk about CPAC. Colton works for CPAC. There's a big conference at the end of the month. So excited for that. Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there. We'll be reporting live from there every single day. Tell me about the planning going on there, and the lineup so far that they have announced has been amazing. People are excited for CPAC this year.
Right. Well, we call CPAC the Super Bowl of conservatism because it truly is a place that everyone goes and unites to get ready for a big election that we have coming up in November of 2024. We have Donald Trump speaking there, and I think everyone, of course, is coming to see him. They know that he is our candidate. He's going to be the nominee. So the excitement around CPAC is bigger than ever before because they know what's at stake. They know that America is at a do-or-die moment right now, and we have to rally around these Republican candidates to win.
And you know what else I love about CPAC is that when you walk in there, it's kind of like a Donald Trump rally. You're around like-minded people who love this country, they love America, they want to save this country, and it's just great to be in a venue with thousands of people who have the same mindset as you. It's just fun.
Right. I mean, what better place to surround yourself with like-minded individuals? I mean, the enthusiasm, the energy. You just have fun. It's a big party. They call us a grand old party for a reason, I think.
And you also said that CPAC is the Super Bowl of sorts for the Republican Party, for everyone to converge there. It is in Washington, D.C., outside of Washington, D.C., at the end of... If people want to get involved in CPAC, I know there's a website, anybody can get involved, really. How can they do that?
Right, well, you can go to cpac.org. Tickets are still available for the conference coming up. It's February 21st to the 24th, National Harbor in Maryland, right outside of D.C. And we're having it there because we need to send a message to Joe Biden and his regime that the Capitol is for Americans and not the Democrat, elitist, radical leftists who are destroying America. So please go to cpac.org to get your tickets, and that's the best way to get involved with us, is coming out to these events, seeing these amazing speakers, and then you leave with excitement. to get involved at your local level. So it's a true grassroots movement.
And CPAC is where I got my start. You know, that was the first big event that I've ever gone to, and I look forward to it every year. Love CPAC. Before you go, Colton, I have to tell America that I am a candles fanatic. Love candles. Cannot have enough of candles at my house. Have them in my pantry just stacked up because I never want to run low. Colton has started his own candle company just recently, and it's patriotic theme. Love your candles.
Thank you. So it's called Freedom Flames Candle Company. FreedomFlamesCandleCo.com is where you can go. But basically, I was a candle fanatic. And I was getting Bath and Body Works candles, and then I started looking at who they're donating to, what's in their products, and they don't align with what I believe, and their products are just not okay for a human body. So I was thinking, how could I take politics and Christianity and put it into a candle? So I started coming up with these different names for the candles, like Cackling Kamal is Snickerdoodle, Awake Not Woke is Coffee, and they're clean burning, soy wax. They're better, cheaper, and more patriotic than Bath and Body Works.
I give them away. I told Colton the other day I give them away as just because gifts because they're perfect. I love them. So yes, go check out his candle company. It's great. It's patriotic and huge Trump supporter, Christian, loves America. Colton, so good to see you.
You too, and I'll see you in about, 2 weeks?
2 weeks at CPAC.
Very exciting.
Yes. Good to see you, Colton. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, so Colton Furlow again with CPAC here in South Carolina. This is his home state, so he took a break from planning all of the meetings and the speakers coming to CPAC at the end of the month to stop here at Coastal Carolina University to see President Trump today. Just one of thousands here. This arena is packed again. So many people here, standing room only with thousands still waiting outside. And I'm looking to the doors, at the doors to my right, and they may be looking, they're letting a few people in slowly, but a lot of those people outside will not have a chance to get in because there's just no room for them. All right, so tax season is coming up, and we want you to be prepared as you start filing your taxes and getting everything together. Make sure you contact Tax Network USA. If you're struggling with back taxes, they'll help you with that as well. Now, the IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. Now, in these challenging times, you can contact Tax Network USA. Do not let the IRS take advantage of you. Let Tax Network USA help you with your taxes. They have over 14 years of experience. They have saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. Now, no matter where you live, which state you're in, they are certified in your state. They're certified all over America. So give them a call. The clock is ticking. Do not wait. You can call that number on your screen. That is 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let your taxes overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. One more time, tnusa.com/RSBN. No matter the size of your tax issue, they can definitely help you out. All right, talking to the people here in South Carolina, coming from Nevada, talking to the people there. New Hampshire, talking to the people there. We were in Iowa before that, talking to the people there. The main concern right now is illegal immigration. No matter where people live, if they live along the border states, if they live on the East Coast, the West Coast, up north, Central America, it does not matter. People are worried about illegal immigration. They're concerned for their families. They're concerned about these millions and millions of illegal immigrants just pouring into our open borders under the Biden administration. Now, before I get on my high horse about illegal immigration, just know that President Biden could stop this today. He has the power to stop this right now, but he doesn't and he won't. So this is all on the hands of President Biden. There are millions flooding into our country, tens of thousands by the day. Now, looking at Texas, Governor Abbott has come up with different ways to stop these illegal immigrants from entering Texas, from El Paso to Brownsville, Eagle Pass. He has come up with different ways to stop these illegal immigrants. Well, the feds didn't like that, and so they're coming after Governor Abbott and the state of Texas, threatening them and wanting them to cut their wire so these illegals can come over. And so Biden is threatening Texas. Texas is holding the line. Governor Abbott says, okay, you don't want me to put up this wire, we're just going to put up more. And so that's what he is doing. And so it's a fight between the federal government and the states to keep these illegal immigrants out of the country. Now, let me just say, the Republicans are for immigration. We are against illegal immigration, and there's a big difference. At some point, we all migrated over here, our ancestors did, and that's how America became America. But it's the illegal immigrants that come over who we don't know who they are. We don't know where they're from. They have criminal records. They lie when they come here. They have children with them who they claim to be their children, but the children don't even know who's holding their hand. They don't know who the adult is that they're with. So they're coming over in droves, and they're going anywhere and everywhere, and the federal government is taking care of them. And so are these Democrat-run cities like New York. Cities in California, Chicago. They're taking care of these illegal immigrants. They're housing them in five-star hotels. They're feeding them on your dollar, on your tax dollars. So while you're struggling at home to pay for groceries and gasoline and everything you need to take care of yourself and your families, the illegal immigrants are getting the luxurious life for free. Well, on the same token, as states like Texas and Florida are busing these illegal immigrants to Democrat-run cities and states, now these Democrat-run states and cities are seeing just how overpopulated and overrun they have become, and they can't handle this influx of illegal immigrants and illegal immigration is. So they're needing help from the federal government now. And that was the point of Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida to bus these illegal immigrants to these places to say, hey, this is what we're dealing with here in our states. You check it out. You see how you like it, and they don't like it at all. But on the flip side, you have governors like Newsom in California, who is welcoming them on a red carpet. You know, you usually see a red carpet at one of their award shows, but they have a red carpet at the border because Governor Newsom says, come on in, we'll pay you free health care. So illegal immigrants are now getting free health care in California. Now let's talk about California, where the cost of living is sky high. Multiple people are living in efficiency apartments, one-bedroom apartments, because they just can't afford to live on their own. So there's 3, 4, 5 people living in small apartments just to make ends meet, just to live, and working multiple jobs. And if they have a full-time job, they're paying for their health care for themselves and their family. So as you work, and you're living with 2, 3 roommates, just think, these illegals are getting free food, free housing, and free health care in California. That right there, if you live in California, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, you should not be happy about that. You should not be happy about that. But hey, we'll see what happens. We hear from people in California all the time, especially when we were in Nevada in the last couple of weeks waiting for the caucus to take place on Thursday. And there's a lot of people there from the great state of California. Beautiful state, wonderful people in that state. And they said, don't hold out on California. There's a lot of conservatives here. It was just a sleeping giant, and we're awakened now. We are being more vocal, and we've had enough of Governor Newsom and his laws. And we're ready to stand up and start fighting. So if you live in California, keep up the good fight. Hopefully one day we can overpower those laws and Governor Newsom. So illegal immigration, again, one of the biggest issues that we're hearing from Americans all over the country. Of course, the economy as well, that affects every single American. They get tired of paying these high bills. They can't afford their groceries. They can't afford gasoline. They can't afford to eat out with their families. They can't afford extracurricular activities with their families just because they're having to pay so much to live. They don't have room for extra. So the economy is really a burden on Americans right now as well. So it's those two main topics that are really affecting Americans: illegal immigration and also the economy. I'm going to step over to the side because we're hearing that we may start a little early today. It is noon here in South Carolina on the East Coast. And I was just hearing from the Trump team, just got a message from them that they may start a little early because it is a packed house and people are eager. They are waiting. And let me see if I just received an update. So you know how it is when you go into a packed place with thousands of people, the internet is slow. So that's what we're seeing right now. But as soon as I can pull this up and let you know an update, I definitely will. But we're looking at a screen that says South Carolina is Trump country. No update yet, but we are hearing that the pre-programming will start any minute now, a little earlier than expected. We show the crowds here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Unlike other mainstream media outlets who don't show the crowds, we do here at Right Side because this is where it's at. It's the people of this country who are wanting to save this country. So we showed the people. Packed house inside, thousands outside. We're hearing the governor will be here today. Lieutenant governor will be here today. Congressmen and women, all who have endorsed President Trump. Poll numbers are looking good here in South Carolina as well. He is up by double digits. Right now, the latest numbers I've seen in South Carolina primary, President Trump with 68%, Nikki Haley with 31%. That's a 37% lead President Trump has over Nikki Haley going into the primary. He's also leading in all Super Tuesday states. That's California, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Oklahoma. Those states will all be voting on March 5th, Super Tuesday. So if you live in one of those states, mark your calendar. That's the day that you will be heading to the polls. One more time, that's California, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, Massachusetts, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Also looking at the polls, President Trump is winning against Joe Biden as well. You can find poll numbers the Trump team goes by. We also go by as interactive polls. They are on Truth Social, interactive polls. And they give out daily reports with updated numbers. If you're just now joining us at the top of the hour, thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Vanessa Broussard. We are in Conway, South Carolina, on the campus of Coastal Carolina in the basketball arena, which holds 3,400 people. And it's packed. Not one seat is open. 50 delegates are up for grabs here in South Carolina on Saturday, February 24th, when they head to the polls. Right now, the delegate count, Trump with 63, winning 4 states already, all 4 states already that have voted. That is Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and of course, South Carolina is next. I did take some video from outside earlier. I'm not sure if we have that to show you, but it was lines and lines of people wrapped around the campus. For blocks and blocks and blocks. And I didn't even start the video at the beginning of the line, and I didn't even stop it at the end of the line, but it gives you an idea. I posted it on my Instagram, Vanessa Broussard News, and I'll get to Truth Social here in a little bit. But oh yes, they have it. So yes, so that just shows you the line of people waiting to see President Trump. But unfortunately, we don't know if those people will get in because it's already packed inside of here today. If you're watching on Rumble, thanks for watching. Make sure you submit to locals as well. That way you can get behind the scenes coverage that you won't see anywhere else. We're also on YouTube. We're also on RSBnetwork.com. And don't forget our app. It's very user-friendly. The RSBN app is free. You download it, just hit watch live, and that's it. We're there on your phone or on your laptop. You can follow us on all social media accounts. We're there as well. And you can follow me, Vanessa Broussard News, on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard on Truth, and on X, formerly known as Twitter. Campaign trail is heating up, and we're having a lot of fun with you as we make our way across the country. We're hearing that the pre-programming, which was originally set to start at 1 o'clock, has been moved up, and it's probably because there are so many people here waiting to get this party started. We were going to hear from Governor McMaster, but we're told by the Trump team, since they are starting early, he has to be backstage. So we're getting ready for that. And as we wait, we want to remind you about this free Trump book. With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking very good. Now's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again in the second term. But one thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump. So it's up to us as parents to teach our kids. So to help make it really easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. The best part, it is free as a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. To learn more and to order the free Kids Guide to President Trump, just go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. This guide goes fast. freetrumpbook.com. Okay, the pre-programming has started. We'll toss it over to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand as we go to the Lord in prayer? Pray with me. Heavenly Father, we do come to you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, the name that is above every name. And God, we know that your hand was upon the founding of our nation. And now, Father, we desperately need your hand to be upon our nation again. You made a promise in your word, and it says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins and will heal their land. So God, we humble ourselves before you today, and we are seeking you because you are our only hope. God, would you forgive us for our sins? Forgive us for taking you out of our schools. Forgive us for ignoring you and your ways and your word. Please heal our land. Bring reformation and revival. Father, we have gathered here today in unity for our nation to see it restored back to its greatness. And God, we believe that you have chosen Donald Trump as an instrument in your hands for this purpose. However, our enemies are trying to steal, kill, and destroy our America. So we need you to intervene. Your word says that you hate dishonest scales. So, Father, we are asking you for election integrity. And we are asking that you would put a stop to the unjust, unfair attacks on President Trump through our courts. God, would you raise up godly judges that would restore integrity to our judicial system? Now we seek you for the protection for President Trump and his family and his team. And God, we ask that you would continue to have your hand upon him. And Lord, would you strengthen him? Would you encourage him? Would you lead and guide him and give him great wisdom? And Lord, would you pour out your blessing today on us? And God, pour out your blessing on all these people that have gathered together. And Lord, pour out your blessing on President Donald J. Trump. And God, bless the great state of South Carolina. And Lord, we ask that you would bless America again. We pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jerry Rovner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this honor, and it's great to see so many friends here. Thank you all for coming. I want to explain something before I do the Pledge of Allegiance. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2008 made it law that anybody that was a veteran in civilian clothes may salute during the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. So how many veterans do we have here today? So I expect to see you today salute, and any other time I'm in a meeting where I'm at, I expect you to salute along with me. Now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Madeline Peters to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage local South Carolina farmer, J.D. Chaplin.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of people in here. Forgive me if I am not as clear as everyone who's going to come behind me, but this is my first time addressing a crowd of more than a few hundred people. All right, my name is J.D. Chaplin. I'm a fourth-generation row crop farmer born and raised right up the road in Darlington County, South Carolina. Our main crops are corn, cotton, and soybeans. And there's something I want to talk about with y'all today. I want to talk about 2015. I remember it well. I was 21 years old. It was a very hot, very dry summer, and the crops suffered because of it. I remember during the corn harvest that year, I was up at the grain bins with my brother, and we were complaining about the quality of the corn crop. And our father hears us. He walks up and he says, "Boys, you better be thankful for what you have, because this might be the best crop that we get all year." Those words turned out to be almost prophetic, because that was the only crop that we received that year. You see, the next month in September, it began to rain, and it proceeded to rain just about every day that month. All the way up until the end of the month, where on October 1st, a hurricane came out of the Atlantic. It crashed into a low-pressure system coming out of the west, and they parked themselves on top of South Carolina. And all the rain that we should have gotten during the summer, we proceeded to get in one weekend. Because of that, the cotton rotted in the field, the soybeans rotted in the field, the peanuts rotted under the field because it was so wet we could not dig them. We had an adjuster come out. He was walking through the cotton field to see if there was anything left out there that was worth harvesting. And as he was walking around, my father walks up to my brother and me and says, "Boys, the worst I've ever seen was in 2018. Was 18 pounds to the acre, and that was in the 1980s. About that time, the adjuster walks up and he says, "I believe there to be 6 pounds of cotton to the acre in this field." Put that in perspective for you, that number should have been closer to 900. The farmers of South Carolina were on our knees. We crawled to Columbia to beg for help. We were not looking for a handout. We were looking for a hand up, just something to help us try again the next year. Our legislatures understood what was going on, and they quickly passed a bill, a farm aid relief bill, and sent it to the governor's desk. And all the farmers breathed a sigh of relief, because just 1 year before, during her re-election campaign, the governor of South Carolina said she was a friend of the farmers. She'd stand with the farmers. She'd help the farmers. And she proceeded to stab the farmers of South Carolina in the back. She vetoed that bill. Luckily, our legislature, led by Speaker Jay Leakes and President Pro Tem Hugh Leatherman, overrode her veto in a massive bipartisan fashion, and we got the aid we so desperately needed. I want to fast forward 1 year to November of 2016, when all the pundits were wrong, all of the talking heads are wrong, all of the polls are wrong, and America shocked the world by electing Donald Trump as the 45th President of the United States. President Trump understood that China was taking advantage of America. President Trump enacted stronger, more fair trade policies with China. And I'm not going to lie, it hurt commodity prices, and it was hard on the farm for a year or two. But President Trump understood that China would continue to buy American corn, American cotton, American soybeans, American peanut, American wheat. And he continued to stand with the American farmer because he used that money to make us whole again. I tell you all of this, South Carolina, because in 2 weeks, we're going to have a choice. We're going to have to choose between someone that's going to stand with our farmers or someone that's going to stand on our farmers. Someone that's going to stand up to China or someone that's going to cozy up to China. Someone that's going to stand with our troops and was the first president since Eisenhower not to invade another country, or someone that has made it clear they have no issue getting in business that we have no place in. South Carolina, there's an expression we have on the farm. There is no lesson learned in the second kick of a mule, especially if that mule is wearing 9-inch heels. South Carolina, I'll never tell you who to vote for, but I will tell you who I'm going to support. I'm going to support the man that's going to stand with our farmers, the man that's going to stand up to China, the man that's going to stand with our troops, the man that's standing backstage right now. The 45th President of the United States, soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Mike Waltz.
Hello, South Carolina. Is this Trump country? Listen, I stand before you right here, right now, at this moment of history, proudly, as the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress, and I salute you. How many veterans we got out here? Stand up. Stand up. Thank you. And I've got my wife here as a veteran, too. She's got more combat tours than I do. Listen, I want to tell you a story, a quick story about the man, the leader, the commander-in-chief that is Donald J. Trump. We all remember, the whole world remembers, and history will never forget, the disgraceful debacle, the stain that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan under Joe Biden. And you know who remembers it every day that they wake up? The 13 new Gold Star families that lost their sons and daughters and were put in an impossible situation. Well, we recently had them in for a hearing in Congress. The Republicans did. They still haven't gotten their loved ones' effects. Some of them got the cell phones, but their SIM cards were removed. They're getting conflicting stories on what happened, those final moments. Well, this won't surprise you. None of them, not one of them, could get a meeting with Joe Biden. He won't even say their names. Has not said their names in 3 years. So you know what we did? We called up President Trump. He was not going to drive out of the park up at Bedminster, of course. We called up President Trump. He said, Michael, get him up here. Get him up here. God bless this man. He was supposed to spend an hour with him. He ended up seeing them one-on-one. He heard their stories. He promised when he gets back into office, he is going to release all the tapes, all the footage, all the drones. He is going to make them whole. And you know what? By the end of the night, He was scheduled to spend an hour. The man's kind of busy. He spends 5 hours with him. He takes him to dinner. By the end of the night, these moms are crying, they're laughing, they're dancing with their husbands. 3 of the moms came up to me afterwards, and my wife Julia, and said, "This is the best thing that happened to me since I lost my son." That is, you'll never see that on the mainstream media. You'll never see that. They'll never show that side of Donald Trump, but we know, you know, this is the commander-in-chief that we need, and I guarantee you, you will never see Donald Trump looking at his watch as the flags go by at Dover Air Force Base. So look at the world just in the last 3 years. I'm a 27-year Army veteran. I know the commander-in-chief that we need. Just a few years ago, we had maximum pressure on the Ayatollahs under Trump. Now under Biden, they're flush with cash and supporting terrorism all over the world. Trump takes out Soleimani. Biden, he's playing patty cakes and letting 5 of our troops get killed, including 2 of my Navy SEAL brothers. We had the Abraham Accords under Trump. Now we've got Hamas attacking our greatest ally and massacring civilians. We had tariffs on China under Trump. Under Biden, what do we get? A spy balloon floating over our biggest and most secret nuclear bases. Kid you not. Putin, he wouldn't have dared done what he did under Trump. I hope he tells the story today. He told Putin he'll take the tops off of the Kremlin if he dares do that. Now we're on the verge of World War III. And this is the one that pisses me off. This is the one that really pisses me off. Well, there's a couple. But how about the Europeans? How about NATO pay up? Like Trump told him to do. What does Biden do? He tells you to pay up in terms of their defense. And the worst of it all, President Trump made sure our military members, we have a sacred duty to make sure they got the planes, they got the tanks, they got the ships, they got the equipment that our veterans and military members need. What's Biden doing? He's running around worried about pronouns and renaming bases, and now we've got a recruiting crisis on our hands. Look, Biden's so obsessed with what color all of our military members are. You know the only color Trump's worried about? Red, white, and blue, baby. That's it. That is it. And that's all you should be worried about, because that's all our enemies are worried about. So look, we need a commander-in-chief that is strong. We need a commander-in-chief that cares. We need a commander-in-chief that, I don't know, doesn't lose sight of his or lose track of his Secretary of Defense for a week, doesn't even know he's in the hospital. But most of all, folks, and this is deadly serious, we need a commander-in-chief that our enemies respect and fear. And fear. America needs Donald J. Trump back in that White House. Our veterans need Donald J. Trump back in that White House. The world needs Donald J. Trump back in that White House. And in 2 weeks, South Carolina, you're going to send that message loud and clear, not just to South Carolina, not just to America, but to our enemies everywhere. I salute you. Let's go kick some ass, South Carolina.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Russell Fry.
Are y'all ready for a little rally today? Just a little one? Man, you know, this is absolutely amazing. I am so excited to be here. It is a lot warmer than New Hampshire, I'll tell you that. South Carolina, I've got one thing to ask you. Is this Nikki Haley country? Or is this Donald Trump country? Joe Biden heard that all the way from his basement in Delaware. Good job. This district, this area is a case study of the power of Donald Trump. 2 years ago, he stood beside me against an incumbent congressman and 6 other people who voted to impeach Donald Trump. Do y'all remember that? That's the power of Donald Trump in this area. That's the power of Donald Trump in South Carolina. And that is the power of the America First movement that is on fire right now across this country. There's a reason why this is standing room only. There's a reason why there are a couple thousand people outside that weren't able to get in. Let's see if we can hear them real quick. From the folks outside, let's hear you. There we go. We hear them. They got good walls here. There's a reason why over 100 state, federal, and local officials have endorsed Donald Trump in South Carolina. Let's give it a round of applause to them. Nikki Haley was the former governor here. Trump's got 100, 150. I've lost count at this point. Nikki Haley has 14. That is the power of Donald Trump. The media is always asking me, why is he winning by so much? I think we know the answer. There's 2 people in this race right now. Do we want somebody who is controlled by the big donors and the special interests on Wall Street? Or do we want somebody who fights every single day for hardworking Americans? Do we want somebody who flip-flops on every position? Or do we want somebody who keeps their word to the American people and delivers? Do we want somebody who is nice to the Chinese Communist Party, calls them a friend, and gives them land? Or do we want somebody who China fears and he holds accountable? And lastly, do we want somebody who is soft on the border? Or do we want somebody who will secure the border, build the wall, and restore our rule of law? The establishment is out and Donald Trump is in 2024, and he will be in the White House at the end of the year. There have been a couple contests so far in this primary in name only, and Donald Trump has won every single one. In fact, Nikki Haley has won 2 counties out of 141. 2. Nikki Haley said nothing will stop her. Well, in Nevada, nothing beat her by 30 points. There's a reason why the one person Democrats fear the most is Donald Trump. It is the person that they are weaponizing our justice system against and unjustly targeting. It's the person they are trying to keep his name off the ballot. It is the person they are doing everything within their power to stop. And are we going to let them stop him? Look, February 24th is coming up quick. South Carolina is going to name Donald Trump as our nominee. Let us put to bed this primary and focus on November. When I came to Congress just last year, Republicans finally ended 2 years of disaster under the Biden administration. We have passed common sense legislation to fix the border, to extend the Trump tax cuts, to reduce the energy costs that you are facing every single day. We've proven what we know all along, that an open border causes deadly chaos, that there is a 2-tiered system of justice, that excessive spending, surprisingly, causes inflation, and that peace through strength works. Wouldn't we like to have that again? That is why it is so important, not only in February, but every single time you can, that we vote Republican up and down the ballot, that we keep the House, that we secure the Senate, and the person leading us to that charge to take back the White House will be Donald Trump. Because we need a leader who can turn this around. He did it once, and I have no doubt that he'll do it again. What do y'all think? You think he can do it again? So we're a little bit energized this morning. Are y'all ready to go? Are y'all ready for February 24th? Are you ready to send Donald Trump back to the White House? Then let's get the damn job done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pam Ebbett.
Hello, Myrtle Beach. Are you all excited to see your next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump? Okay, I got a lot of friends in this area. Where are my ladies for Trump? Let me see you. All right, and if you are a red hat for Trump, let me see you wave that hat. I love it. I love it. South Carolina is Trump country, isn't it? Okay, I have 2 jobs today, and I need you all to make me look real good. My first job is to remind everybody that Monday starts early voting. Are you going to take yourself, 20 friends, make sure they get there, and if you need to, go early. If not, next Saturday. We cannot afford to have Democrats come and vote in our primaries, can we? No. All right, everybody. We had a lot of fun when we were in New Hampshire, right? And we played this game called, what was it called if you watched? Bring Him Back. What are we going to do? If we want a safe border and we want our children to be safe once more. You know, I'm a mom of 3. My son Jackson is here today. We are less safe today than we were 4 years ago because we have an invasion at our border, don't we? We have 11 million people, illegal immigrants, cross that border. You know that's double the population of South Carolina? Does that scare you? So what do we need to do? Absolutely. Do you want to see your gas prices go down and your bank accounts go up? So if you want to hear that, if you want to have that happen, what are we going to do? If you want your law enforcement, and let me tell you, here in South Carolina, we have the best law enforcement in the world, don't we? And we are a proud, proud veteran state. So if you want to see your law enforcement and you want to see your veterans, if we want to see people treat them all, if you want to see them treated well all across this great country, what do we need to do? You got it, everybody. You know this. I need you to all get out and vote. Primaries are really important, and it's really sad that we get such low turnouts. The country is at stake, like never before in my lifetime. That American dream, the dream that my grandparents came here from Poland to chase, it is getting further and further away from our kids and from our grandkids. So if we want to make the American dream within their reach once again, what are we going to do? Yes, we are. God bless the great state of South Carolina. God bless this amazing nation. God bless the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I love you, South Carolina. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster.
What a great crowd. I know one man is going to be mighty happy to come out here in just a few minutes and see all of y'all. I want to thank you for coming. This is important. I got a few just short minutes, 2 or 3. I do want to say it's great to be in the great PD, in the great ORE, with all of you here. And we know, of course, this is Trump country from wall to wall. It's nice to get out of the big cities every now and then, come out to a little bit more to the country where people understand things. And as Hank Jr. said one time, we say grace, we say ma'am. If you ain't into that, we don't give a damn. This is wonderful. We are here. All of us have come here that are speaking to tell you what we want. And we know it's what you want, what we really want. Like the Spice Girls said, we tell you what you want, what you really, really want. What we really want is to have an overwhelming vote on the 24th of this month for Donald J. Trump. And I'll give you some reasons why. Reason number 1. Donald J. Trump will protect our borders, return the illegals, and build the wall. Reason number 2, Donald J. Trump will get the woke out of the military and put the fight back in. Reason number 3, Donald J. Trump will put judges in the courts to protect the Constitution and enforce the law. By the way, you know, there's a case the Supreme Court just heard, one of these ludicrous cases where the Secretary of State out west took President Trump's name off the ballot. My prediction, our Supreme Court will knock that thing down, back down so hard, throw it out, it'll bounce all the way to Colorado. And the same thing is going to happen to the rest of those cases. Reason number 4, Donald J. Trump will tell our enemies abroad that America is standing back up and it's time for them to sit back down. We know what he did in his first 4 years. And now we're going to give him 4 more years. We like what he did. In fact, as that great philosopher said, Tim McGraw, also known as a country western singer, we like it, we love it, we want some more of it. Give the man 4 more years and we will change the world. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
girls and American guys.
Governor McMaster ending the pre-programming here as we wait for President Trump to come on stage and rally the supporters here of the president. You know, we never know if another tragedy like COVID-19 will hit, so we want you to be prepared, and you can be prepared with the Wellness Company. It's an election year with close to 90% of pharmaceuticals in the U.S. producing outside of the U.S. What happens when the next global crisis strikes? Countries clamp down on exports, they stockpile, the price of drugs rise, and the pharmacy shelves in America are empty. Well, the question whether we need to be preparing for future drug shortages is no longer a question, so get prepared. The resilience of China for prescription drugs has gotten worse. Tensions escalate between the U.S. and China. The possibility of China using the leverage to their advantage becomes more and more plausible. So how can you protect yourself and your family against prescription drug shortages? Well, get prepared with the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. I have mine. I'm encouraging you to get yours. It includes 8 life-saving medications, including amoxicillin, a Z-Pack, ivermectin, for you to keep on hand, along with a guidebook for safe use. Avoid the hospital, avoid the cost of a doctor's visit or an ambulance, avoid getting caught unprepared. Don't wait until you need it. Get your medical emergency kit today. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Code RSBN saves you 15% at checkout. Kits are only available in the USA. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Code RSBN saves you 15% at checkout. Definitely recommend them to you and your families. The crowd getting energetic as Team Trump plays Toby Keith over the loudspeakers here in this beautiful arena just outside of Myrtle Beach today. Toby Keith was a true American patriot who loved his country, has multiple songs out that support veterans, our country, and he was very vocal about his support of America right now. Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue is playing, and the crowd is on their feet and singing along to Toby Keith, who passed away just this week from stomach cancer. All right, the crowd on their feet as we await President Donald J. Trump. We're in Conway, South Carolina. So good to see you here. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Conway, South Carolina, just outside the Myrtle Beach area. We are in Coastal Carolina's basketball arena. It holds 3,400 people, and as you can see throughout our broadcast, every seat is full, standing room only. They are allowing a few people in, and they're celebrating as they're walking through the doors, because we want to show you the video. There are still thousands of people outside waiting to get in. The line of people wraps around the entire university here at Coastal Carolina University. And we just don't think they'll all be able to get in today, but that goes to show you the support that President Trump has behind him here in South Carolina. He has received endorsements from the state's top leaders, the governor, the lieutenant governor, many state reps, and Senate leaders. They have all endorsed President Trump. And so this really sends a message to Nikki Haley, who was once governor in this state. This is her home state. So we'll see what happens in 2 weeks. February 24th is primary day. And as you heard just moments ago, early voting starts soon. That starts on Monday. It's Saturday, so just 2 days until early voting. And so the people of South Carolina, if this is any indication of what the rest of the state feels, how they feel, they're really eager and energetic to get to the polls on Monday for early voting, and then again 2 weeks from now for primary day. We do know that President Trump does have some plans to make more stops in South Carolina in the next 2 weeks. Those dates have not been set up yet, or actually announced publicly yet. But we encourage you to sign up for our newsletter and make sure you're following us on social media. You can sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com. When you sign up for our newsletter, it'll come to your email and let you know when those events are being held, and also all breaking news. So make sure you sign up, rsbnetwork.com, sign up for the newsletter, follow us on social media, and as those events start being announced, we'll let you know as soon as they are announced. And we know they're being planned, and some big events are being planned in the coming weeks, especially for primary night. 2 weeks from the date here in South Carolina, with 50 delegates up for grabs here in Nikki Haley's home state. But again, those top endorsements from state leaders all going to President Trump. They want a man who can lead this country, who can close our borders, who's strong with foreign policy. They want Donald Trump back in office, and it's clear as day here inside this basketball arena on Coastal Carolina's campus. Again, I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you. I'm going to step aside to see the crowds. We show the crowds here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have multiple cameras here in the arena today just to show you how energetic the people are as we get prepared for President Trump to take the stage. I really enjoyed hearing the prayer and the pre-programming segments where they asked the Lord to please heal our land, because God has been taken away from our schools and our public places. And that is true. In my opinion, this is all, started to really unfold when God started being taken away from schools and prayer in schools. And it kind of snowballed from there. The Lord being taken out of public places, public buildings, public gathering areas. And so we need to bring God back. We are one nation under God. And so President Trump is a firm believer in that. If you remember, it was under the Obama administration that we quit saying Merry Christmas. We had to say Happy Holidays, but Trump put Christ back in Christmas. Sorry, we've got some guests walking here on stage. Trump put Christ back in Christmas. And so he's a firm believer of keeping God in our everyday lives. All right, we're looking around. I'm looking around at some of these guests who were just on stage coming to Media Row here. And so I'm going to try to grab one of these state reps to talk to here momentarily if we can. We even see Santa Claus here. He's walking by us right now with a "We Love Trump" and Santa endorses Trump sign. People are taking lots of pictures with him. And I'm telling you, when it's standing room only, they are packed in here right now, shoulder to shoulder in this standing room only area. All right, so we talked about bringing God back into our country. That was mentioned in the prayer, in the opening prayer. And I can't agree more. This is one nation under God, and we need to make sure that we keep it that way. And President Trump is the one that can make sure that happens. How about Governor McMaster? His theme today in his speech was coming from multiple musicians. He had some quotes that he said in his speech, including, "We say grace, we say ma'am. If you're not into that, we don't give a damn." That's a great quote. Song. All right, so as we wait, we want to remind you about the Trumpinator. How cool is that? If you haven't received one yet, this is your time to do so. This is a great gift for any Trump fan, Trump enthusiast in your family. The Trumpinator. You can put this on your kitchen counter, your coffee table, your desk at work. You've seen it here before, and we're happy to say that the Trumpinator Bobblehead is back in stock. Get yours today by texting Trump to 70301. 70301. This has been seen on the dashboard of Eric Trump's plane. This collectible bobblehead from Proud Patriots is made with the highest quality material. Really is a must-have for any Trump fan who wants to send some energy towards what's shaping up to be the most glorious political comeback in history. Perfect gifts for friends, family members who are thrilled to celebrate and show their love for Donald Trump as he makes his glorious return to the United States as president. Again, text Trump to 70301 or click the link below that you see on your screen. This is really a great one-of-a-kind collector's item. Don't wait. There is just a limited number of these collectibles, and you don't want to be caught paying way more later on eBay when someone else bought it and now trying to sell it to make money. That happens. So whatever you do, don't wait. Text the word Trump to 70301 right now. Show your support for Trump 2024. All right, so we're waiting for all right, we're trying to catch some interviews here, but everybody's really busy and has to head back stage and to their seats as we wait for President Trump. But I can't help but smile and look at the crowd today, and you have to be feeling it at home as well. The standing room only, not just in the back, but up the aisles as well. So if you're in your seat, chances are you can't move to get to the restroom or the concession stand or wherever you need to go because it is that packed. Okay, let's talk about the economy. Times are tough right now. It's hard for anyone to save money. I just hear it from people all the time. They are struggling just to make ends meet, and when they get paid at payday, they have to make that dollar stretch until the next payday, and they just really can't save anything these days. And so it's a tough economy right now under the Biden administration, but we have a way that you can save, and that's through the Birch Gold Group. Contact them today. They will definitely help you out. Text the word Trump to 989898. And a representative will call you for a free information kit. That's the Birch Gold Group. As we head toward a presidential election in November, one thing you can be sure of, 2024 will be a wild year. So how will your hard-earned savings fare? Well, you already see the impacts of inflation at the pump, the grocery store. We talk about it all the time. The dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. So how are you protecting your savings? Diversify with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Just text Trump to 989898 and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. The best part is that you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. Claim your free info kit right now. One more time, text the word Trump to 989898 and secure your savings. You can definitely do that with the Birch Gold Group. Rest easier at night, knowing that you have someone on your side helping you save for your future. All right, let's recap a little bit of what happened this week. It's been a very busy week for President Trump and in Washington, D.C. We'll start with what happened with the Supreme Court. They heard a case involving January 6th, the left claiming there was insurrection that day on the hands of President Trump when he clearly told the crowd to go peacefully. That's on record. Those videos of that. We've seen some videos from January 6th released in the last month or so, and you can see that there was a lot of calm inside the Capitol. No one has been charged with insurrection from January 6th. No one has been charged with insurrection from January 6th. However, the state of Colorado wants to keep President Trump off the ballot. So the Supreme Court of Colorado ruled that he can't be on the ballot. Well, the Republicans of Colorado appealed their decision, and now it has gone to the U.S. Supreme Court. And so they heard oral arguments this past week, just 2 days ago, over this case, and that there was, in fact, an insurrection on the hands of President Trump. Now, no decision has been made. We can only assume that they'll have to rush a decision because the time limit of this case, because we do have primaries and caucuses and then also the election in November. So we do expect a rushed decision in this case soon from the Supreme Court. But President Trump, right after the hearings were finished, he held a press conference at Mar-a-Lago 2 days ago to discuss this situation in this case. He says it's great to have the support of Americans, and he says he listened to the presentation to the Supreme Court, and he said, quote, he said it was a good one, and also he said it was well received. So he felt good about what happened in those hearings, and talking to some of his supporters, his top supporters, they feel good about it as well, and they're hoping that the Supreme Court justices vote in his favor. They vote with what the wording says in the 14th Amendment, Section 3, regarding insurrection. And if they vote that way, President Trump will be cleared and he'll be on the ballot in Colorado. But again, we have to wait and see what happens there. In the meantime, we also had breaking news come in 2 days ago, all on the same day that the Supreme Court was hearing these oral arguments regarding the boxes, the classified documents found in Joe Biden's garage. The special counsel in that case, Robert Hur, ruled that President Biden will not be prosecuted because of, quote, poor memory and due to his age. He claims that he can be president, but he also has a poor memory, so shouldn't be able to be prosecuted. In this case, it makes no sense. So President Biden held an address to the nation, which is very rare, random, rarely does it. And so he held an address to the nation where he was confused multiple times in his address to the nation, claiming that his memory is fine. But yet he couldn't remember where he got the rosary around his wrist. He said it came from his late son, who passed away with glioblastoma brain cancer. He said that he received that from his son, but at the same time couldn't remember where his son got the bracelet. He said he got this from me from Our Lady of, and then paused because he could not remember. He also got confused with the Gaza Strip in Mexico and the presidents of the country. There was some confusion there. I know we have several clips from that press conference that we can show you. And so we'll let you decide. If you haven't seen the press conference in its entirety, well, definitely an angry Joe Biden and a confused Joe Biden. We'll show you and let you decide for yourself and see if he's looking confused here.
conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
President Trump had a little fun with that one, posting some memes on Truth Social showing the Gaza Strip bordering Mexico. And so you can check that out on President Trump's Truth Social account. Of course, some funny memes and discussions on the internet when it came to that. But yeah, you can tell that he's definitely confused, getting his world leaders confused, and also getting into it, going back and forth with some reporters. Let's take a listen to that.
President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They express concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer to that question?
Because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be President of the United States and finish the job I started.
So yeah, you can see definitely angry and upset with the reporters asking him questions about his memory. He says he is the most qualified person in the country to be President of the United States. That's what Joe Biden told the people of America when he held that press conference. He says, my memory is fine. He actually blames his staff for putting those boxes with classified documents in his garage. He says that they did it, not him. He didn't know it was there. So he's shifting the blame to someone else, as is tradition. That's what he does. And then also, on the flip side, people are saying this is a huge, huge security risk, because not only are they there sitting in the garage by his Corvette with no lid on the boxes and sitting next to a lamp and all kinds of stuff in the garage, but he's going in and out of that garage every day. So is Hunter Biden and his friends and his family. And so how many times have people walked by these boxes? How many times have people maybe looked in these boxes? And so this is a huge national security risk. But not only that, there was a ghostwriter who wrote a book who talked about those classified documents. So this is wrong all the way around. And also interesting enough that when you look at the boxes hoax from Mar-a-Lago, Joe Biden said in that press conference, he said this is not in any relation the same type of case as President Trump's situation at Mar-a-Lago. He says Mar-a-Lago is a public place. Those words came out of Joe Biden's mouth. Mar-a-Lago is a private residency of the Trump family, and it's secure, and also there's Secret Service all over the place. So Trump has been on social media really hitting hard on his case needs to be dismissed. This is election interference. He did nothing wrong. He had the right to have those papers. And so we'll see what happens there. But again, it's a two-tier justice system. You see Joe Biden getting released from that. He said to the nation, he says this case is now closed. This matter is now closed. This is his direct quote. And so that, I believe, needs to be the same in the Trump case. But we'll see what happens. That's another attempt from the left to keep going after President Trump as he encounters court case after court case as we head into November. And so they're just trying everything they can to keep him off the ballot. So, again, President Trump having fun with the ruling from special counsel Robert Hur. Also saying, oh, if I can, claim memory loss, then he's forgetful as well. Drop all the cases against him. So, yeah, that's an interesting find in the Robert Hur special counsel case regarding Joe Biden's classified documents. And so, with that said, President Trump can really ride on that one and see what happens in the coming in the coming weeks with his court cases. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the crowd again. We show the crowds here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And, you know, every time I turn around, the crowds get bigger and bigger. So I believe they have stopped letting people in. It looks to be that way. But there is a concession stand outside, a concession area, and so there's a line of people out there. But I don't know if they could fit anybody else in this arena. But if we want to take a look again at that video that I shot just earlier from outside, you can see the lines of thousands of people waiting to get in. And everyone that we've spoken to says it's still that way outside. So the people are still standing there. They're still hopeful that maybe they have a chance, but I just don't see it. But I love to see it because when President Trump arrives and he sees all these people lined up for him, it gives him that energy on stage. So, you know, he'll talk about it. He'll say there's a crowd outside, and sure enough, there is. There are a lot of people still waiting outside here to support President Trump. President Trump leading here in South Carolina in the polls by a little over 30% against Nikki Haley in her home state. So going into the early voting stages on Monday, he's looking good in the polls, and then obviously the primary day here in South Carolina is on February 24th. During that time, Right Side Broadcasting Network will be here in South Carolina, of course, but we'll also be covering CPAC in the Washington, D.C. area. So make sure you stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network all throughout the month of February. We know that President Trump has some announcements to make of some other locations where he'll be rallying in South Carolina, so stick with us for that. Those are in the planning stages. Those announcements are expected soon, and we'll get that to you on our social media pages and in our newsletter as soon as they're announced. But we'll also have full coverage, team coverage from CPAC as well. So jam-packed schedule coming up. You almost need a calendar to write down every day with President Trump's schedule and some of the Republican events coming up in the coming weeks. But it's all fun. It's all great. It's an energetic country right now, a hopeful country right now, and everyone's converging together, kind of joining forces and coming together and hoping for a great turnout in every primary and every caucus, and of course the main one in November. So yeah, President Trump looking good here in South Carolina with an over 31% lead in the polls, also leading in the polls for the March 5th Super Tuesday states, leading in all of those polls for all of the states involved in Super Tuesday. And he's also leading in the polls when there's a head-to-head matchup against Joe Biden. Now, the polls that I really focus on, me personally, is interactive polls. President Trump uses that a lot as well on Truth Social. Interactive polls is on Truth Social, and they daily issue new polling numbers that you can keep up with. So that's the one that President Trump really focuses on a lot on Truth Social. So I focus on that one as well. And so from all of the polls that I've seen from interactive polls, President Trump is doing very well. So yeah, we are just minutes away from President Trump taking the stage here in South Carolina. We thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I think I'm getting some notifications on my phone, just checking those out real quick just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. But yes, he is here in the back. He's talking to some of his top supporters, to state leaders. The top leaders in the state have endorsed President Trump, so that should really send a message to Nikki Haley, you would think, that President Trump is the wanted man, wanted candidate in this state. The music that they're playing is usually the music that plays just moments before President Trump comes out on stage. So the crowd is ready. A lot of these people are on their feet, just waiting. And we're also seeing a lot of kids here today, and that's great to see. I saw a little boy walk by a little bit ago with a Trump flag wrapped around him. I saw a toddler running around here. His mom was chasing after him, but I'm seeing, as I look around, a lot of kids, and they are the future of our country. Great to see it when we see kids here at rallies and events, because we want kids to learn about President Trump. We want kids to learn about our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence and our flag, to stand for the flag. You know, the Super Bowl is coming up tomorrow. You may or may not, I'm not going to knock the NFL before the big game tomorrow, but you know, you have some players who kneel for the national anthem in years past, and that's just a bad signal for our younger generation. They need to respect the American flag and respect the people who fought for our country. And so when you see parents bring their kids to these events and they're standing for our flag and our national anthem, and they're learning about our country, and they're learning about the fight to protect our country, that's where it starts. That's where it begins. It begins at home, because they're not going to get it anywhere else. All right, so we are about 1:15 p.m. on the East Coast. So good to see you. Again, I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from South Carolina, just outside of Myrtle Beach. If you're on social media, make sure you give me a follow on Truth Social. I'm at Vanessa Broussard, also on Instagram and X there as well. Follow Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're on Locals right now. If you're watching on Locals, hello. Make sure you click on Rumble, that is, and then the Locals tab. Thank you for watching on Rumble. Click on the Locals. Got those mixed up. But yes, be sure to click Locals for behind-the-scenes coverage. I'm looking around at the crowd because I just love seeing the energy here. It's just a feeling you don't get anywhere else. Everyone's smiling. Every person that I look at is smiling right now. They're just happy, hopeful, happy, and excited to see President Trump. Hey, listen, when I was in Nevada 2 nights ago for the caucus there, I talked to Kash Patel. It was an interview I've been waiting on for a long time. Look up to Kash and all the hard work he's done for our country and continues to do in support of President Trump. And we talked a lot about our nation's security and the fear of national security with, first and foremost, illegal immigration right now. You know, you have these top terrorists who are on the terror watch list invading our country. And where are they? Are they in my home state? Are they in your home state? We just don't know. Are they planning the next 9/11? We just don't know. But Biden is letting them in with open arms. Kamala Harris is welcoming them, giving them a big hug as they come in. Y'all come on in. We like you. We want you. You're welcome here. But they're not. They're not. This is a real big threat to our national security and for America and Americans. So we talked a lot about national security, not just here at home in our homeland and on our turf, but also across the world as well when it comes to Russia. By the way, with Russia, check out Tucker Carlson's interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Very good interview. I listened to it a couple of nights ago in my hotel room after an event in Nevada, and I encourage you to listen to that as well. Millions of people have already watched that interview. Really good interview with Vladimir Putin. So national security is a huge issue right now. We have a woke military. We love our military men and women, the brave men and women in uniform. Thank you for your service. We love all of you. We thank all of our veterans, support all of our veterans, but the leadership has become woke. And so we have seen our brave men and women in uniform dropping out of the military because they've become woke. And so that should not go on. We want to be strong. We want to be courageous. We want to be the number one military in the world. Not saying that we're not, but we need to get our strength back. We need to have this strong military that the rest of the world is scared of and depends on back. But under the Biden administration, we're not looked at that way and that perspective anymore with our military. Thank you to the men and women who serve. We appreciate you, but when we know times are tough when it comes to serving under woke leaders. Again, they're wanting me to remind you about the newsletter. We just talked about it, but I want to remind you again, go to RSBNetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. You will get information straight to your email. Breaking news, Trump events, you name it, you'll get it. Sign up for our newsletter. I love when I open up my inbox and I see an email from Right Side Broadcasting Network with the latest news. I always open it up to see if there's anything I've missed, and you can get it too as well. So sign up for our newsletter at RSBNetwork.com. Again, if you're watching on Rumble, hello to all of you. Sign up for Locals. Behind the scenes footage you'll see nowhere else. I'm going to step to the side just for a second. Show you the crowd. we continue to wait for President Trump to come out on stage. The music you're hearing right now is his intro music that the crowds hear before he comes out on stage. I'm serious. I don't think you can fit another person in this place. It is packed. If you've never been to a President Trump rally or event, I encourage you to do so if you can, because there's nothing like it. But if you can't, that's okay. That's why we're here, so we can bring it to you right there in the comfort of your own home. All right, so we also encourage you to go to DonaldJTrump.com. DonaldJTrump.com. You can look at Agenda 47 there, and it'll show you a rundown of all of his plans to bring our country back, to save our country. That's under Agenda 47. He started recording videos now that you can listen to his plans and watch his plans. Again, that's DonaldJTrump.com. And I want to take a moment to thank all of the caucus captains, primary captains, those who are really helping in this effort to get people out to vote, getting people registered. They're the eyes and ears on the ground. They're the boots on the ground in these communities supporting President Trump. So it's the volunteers, the people who are at the offices, the people who are knocking on doors, getting people signed up, registered to vote. We really thank all those people who work day in and day out, making sure we can get rid of this Biden administration and bring our country back. So it's the volunteers and these captains. And I'm asked all the time, how can I become a caucus captain, or how can I become a member of Team Trump? Well, you can go to his website that I just mentioned, DonaldJTrump.com. And there's sections there where you can contact us or get involved. And so I encourage you to do that in your home state. And then hopefully a member of his team will contact you. But yes, so if you want to get involved and you think, how can I do this? That's how you can do it. And that you go through training with the Trump team, and they'll get you all set up. Now, I want to say this. It's very important that you are registered to vote Republican, and that also you go out and vote. And here's why. We've seen this already in Iowa and New Hampshire. For the most part, Democrats are registering as Republicans just so they can vote against Donald Trump in the primary. We just heard one of the leaders, state leaders here from South Carolina, talk about that a little bit on the stage a minute ago. We don't want that happening here in South Carolina, but it's probably happening. It's going to happen probably everywhere, because that's what they do. They cheat. I don't think I'm supposed to say that, but it's true. That's what they do. They cheat. And so that's what they're trying to do in all of these states. Register Democrats as Republicans to vote against Donald Trump. So it's very important that you're registered to vote Republican in your home state, that you go out and vote, because even though he's winning in the polls, we're not sure how many people are registering Republican from the Democrat side to vote against him. So get out and vote, bring your family, bring your friends, and make sure we win in huge numbers. Okay. We have President Trump coming on stage here in a little bit to rally these people of South Carolina. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to be here with all of you. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com. Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Welcome back to Conway, South Carolina. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live for Right Side Broadcasting Network as we show the crowds here in this wonderful arena on the campus of Coastal Carolina, the basketball arena here. It holds 3,400 people seating, but it's standing room only out here in Conway, and the people are waiting for President Trump. We just had pre-programming hearing from the governor and lieutenant governor, also some state representatives. And there is a long line of people outside, thousands of people still hoping that they can get a chance to see President Trump. The line is wrapped around the campus. People are out there waving Trump flags, chanting. It's a good show of support here in Conway, just outside of Myrtle Beach. Again, this arena holds 3,400 people and every seat is full. The people are standing up shoulder to shoulder in the back and also down the aisles. And there are thousands of people still waiting outside. Now, primary day here in South Carolina, Saturday, February 24th, but early voting starts this Monday. So early voting starts Monday. That gives 2 weeks from today until the primaries here in South Carolina. We're hearing that President Trump will have several events planned. Those have not been announced just yet. But his team is working on securing some locations, and once those are set in stone, we will definitely let you know. So if you live in South Carolina or surrounding states, you can come show your support for President Trump. It's a beautiful 64 degrees, sunny day outside as people stand outside waiting to get in. What's so good is that this is Nikki Haley's home state where she was once governor, but yet Donald Trump has secured the endorsements of dozens of state leaders, including the governor, Henry McMaster, and also the lieutenant governor and other state reps and senators. So he's received a lot of endorsements. He's got a lot of endorsements under his belt as he heads into that February 24th primary day here in South Carolina. Now, CPAC is also that weekend. That's the Conservative Political Action Conference. That's taking place in the Washington, D.C. area. Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there. It'll be Brian, Glenn, and I. And then we'll also have crews here in South Carolina as well. So make sure you are with Right Side Broadcasting Network the night of February 24th, the day of February 24th, because we'll have full coverage all day long into primary night. And, of course, watch those results come in. So as soon as those early results and numbers come in, we'll provide those for you right here on RSBN. So make sure you are signed up for all of our notifications, our newsletter, you name it. Make sure you stick with Right Side as your campaign headquarters for 2024. Again, we're hearing from the Trump team that President Trump is here on premises, talking to leaders in the back, and also waiting to come out and speak to thousands of supporters who have been here for hours on end to see the president. Now, I was asked this question on social media after the Nevada caucus, and I want to go ahead and address that here on air. I was asked by a viewer, why is his Nevada caucus victory speech so short, where he usually speaks for several hours? Well, the victory speeches are much different than a rally or an event where he is a guest speaker. When he has a rally, he covers all of the key issues, what's going on in our country. He addresses those issues and how terrible it's been under the Biden administration, and he also gives how he can fix it. So that takes time. So sometimes he speaks for 2 hours. Whereas at a victory speech, so if you look at Iowa or Nevada or New Hampshire, he goes on stage, he thanks the voters. He thanks the top supporters from that state. He says a few words. He waves goodbye. I'll see you at the next state that's next up in line. So that's where the difference lies. So he comes to these rallies and speaks for about 2 hours. But on victory night, he comes out. He thanks the state. For example, Nevada, 2 nights ago, he thanked all the residents, thanked Las Vegas for hosting him. The governor there, supporters there. He names several supporters in the crowd, and of course the people of Nevada who voted for him, and then that wrapped it up. So that's the difference in a victory speech and his speeches at rallies. At these rallies, he's really getting these people pumped up to go vote, and you see that all the time when you're watching RSBN. That's pretty much what he's doing. There's a little bit of seriousness and a little bit of laughter. It's President Trump. Anything can come out of his mouth, right? What you see is what you get with him, and that's why he's such a loved man. So, so that's really the difference there. And so I wanted to take a minute to address that question that was sent to me today. If you have any questions for me, I encourage you to send me a message. I get several daily. So I would love to hear from you either on social media. I did get a message earlier that says spell Broussard, because being from the South, Texas, Louisiana, they know how to spell Broussard, but a lot of people outside those states don't really know how. So it's Broussard. So you can look up Vanessa Broussard on Instagram, X, and also Truth Social. Crowd starting to chant, "We love Trump." They are starting to stand on their feet. They're getting excited because it could be any minute now before President Trump takes the stage, and we are ready to see him here tonight. So again, stay with Right Side as we continue the campaign trail with President Trump. We're just in February. We have a long way to go until November, and it may get dirty. There may be some mudslinging, but there's one thing for sure. If anybody can stand it, it's President Donald J. Trump. Now, 1:35 p.m. Eastern Time here in Conway. All right, let's talk about our economy real quick and the high gas prices and the grocery prices. If you're watching right now from wherever you're watching from, I'd like to know, what's the average price of gas right now in your home state? Shoot us a message, comment, wherever you're watching from. Also, cost of housing. We talked a lot in Nevada about interest rates right now and a hard time for people in the last year to purchase cars or houses because of the high interest rates. Let us know where you're watching from. And how much gas prices are in your area. Looking at the polls, President Trump leading in the South Carolina primary. Right now, President Trump has 68% in the polls. Nikki Haley, 31% in the South Carolina polls in her home state. But President Trump always says the polls are nice, but let's pretend that we're losing by 1%, 5%, 10%, and still get out there and vote. He's also leading in all the Super Tuesday states. That's California, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, Massachusetts, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. He's also winning in a matchup against Joe Biden. So the poll numbers are looking good. You know, every time they attack President Trump, his numbers continue to grow because the American people can see what's going on, the injustice that's going on, the lies that are being told to them. They do not like this corrupt administration, the Biden crime family. They are done with it all and they want change. And that is clearly noticeable in the polls and also in the states that have already voted. President Trump pulling in a 99% win in the Nevada caucus just 2 nights ago. All right, panning the crowd, showing the crowds here. I want to remind you that Valentine's Day is coming up. Get yourself a Trumpinator bobblehead. We've talked about that a little bit today. A Trumpinator bobblehead. Let me tell you, I love flowers and I love chocolate and I love dinner at a nice restaurant. But you would win me over with a Trumpinator bobblehead, I'll tell you what. So go ahead and get yours today. That information should be on your screen right now. Trumpinator bobblehead. Also, if you're watching right now, I'd like to join the conversation with our viewers. So it's not just me talking. I'd like for you to get involved as well. Let me know, what is the number one thing you love most about President Trump? What is the one thing that really reels you in when it comes to President Trump? Is it his personality? Is it his love for the country? Is it his eagerness, his drive, his policies, his thought process? You tell me, is it all of the above? It is for me. So go ahead and let us know what you love most about President Donald J. Trump. Just days away from the South Carolina primary, and the people here are excited. They're next in line, and there is no end in sight when it comes to hitting up different states. We just left Nevada, and we're now here in South Carolina. But President Trump actually stopped and spoke to the NRA yesterday last night, had a good speech there in Pennsylvania. Our Matthew Alvarez covered that event, did a great job. Of course, Americans love their Second Amendment when it comes to gun rights, and President Trump promises that Americans will continue to have the right to carry under his administration. Loving all the shirts that I see here today. All have different sayings. I'm seeing a lot of President Trump's mugshots. How did that backfire, right, on the Democrats? They thought that this mugshot being released would bring him down, and it actually backfired. The most seen, highest seen mugshot around the world. People took that and ran with it. I'm looking at one right now that says Trump 2024 wanted for president. All kinds of people here, from toddlers to the elderly. Patriotic hats, patriotic shirts, patriotic everything. People are loving their country in red, white, and blue. And one of the speakers talked about that earlier, that this is not a black, white, brown country. This is not a black, white, brown, yellow country. You can throw any color you want out there. The Democrats like to use color and bait racism for everything and every topic. This is a red, white, and blue country. Period. No matter your race, no matter your religion. So again, don't let the left and the media try to divide us based off race or religion or political affiliation. Come together as one. We are the United States of America. There is no color but red, white, and blue. So I loved when he said that earlier, because that's definitely true. That's the color that matters here in the United States. All right, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Having bad reception here, so it's hard to talk back to anyone back at the studio because I am not getting any reception. But let's talk about the Birch Gold Group. I believe we have a interview with Brian Glenn from the Birch Gold Group. But the Birch Gold Group is, and let me know in my ear if we do have that, but the Birch Gold Group is the way to go when it comes to your IRAs, your 401ks, saving for the future. Text the word Trump to 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. They will send you a free information kit. Gold is the way to go. The Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They understand times are tough, and they can come up with a plan that best suits you. And it's free to contact them and get a free information kit and to talk to a representative. So see if it works for you. Text the word Trump to 989898. Okay, we are hearing that we are any minute away now from President Trump addressing the crowd here in South Carolina. I was just told it should be any minute now. Video of the crowd outside now. We are looking at live pictures of the crowd outside. I've been talking about this crowd all day long. They have been here since the early morning hours. The people inside were first in line, so they got here, some of them even yesterday. But this crowd has been standing here waiting to see President Trump. And they're smiling and they're happy and they're meeting new friends and strangers now turning into friends. It's a beautiful...
How do you get this thing? Well, I want to thank everybody. I think I'll just do it this way. The hell with it. I want to thank everybody. This is incredible. You know, we took what was known as a big arena. It's not too big because you can't. We'll have to do another one. We'll come back soon. We'll get everybody in. But in the meantime, I hear you have screens. Do they have screens? Yes. They have big screens where you can watch. I wish you could come in. I just want to thank this state has been so incredible. Your governor, your lieutenant governor, Russell, thank you very much, have been so incredible. It's been so incredible. So we have a country that's failing. We have a country that we feel very badly about. 4 years ago, we were a great nation. Today, we're a nation that's being laughed at, and we're not going to stand for it. We're going to win in November. We're going to turn our country around. It's going to be greater than ever before. The spirit that I've seen, so we did great in 2016. We won. We did much better in 2020. We got screwed. It's a rigged election. But we're not going to let that happen. There is more spirit now. Look at the scene. I mean, we're 10 months away. There is more spirit now than there was in 2016 or 2020. I just want to thank everybody. So I'm going in to make a speech. You can watch it out here, but I'm coming back, and we're going to make one where everybody can get in. We'll get the biggest arena or the biggest piece of land, or we'll take over an airport or something, but we'll get everybody here, and we're going to get them all in, or we're going to get them on, and we're going to give the best speech you've ever heard. I want to just, look, I just have to thank you. Your governor's been a friend of mine for a long time. I don't want to say it too loud, but the fact is, it was more important to get Henry McMaster to be governor than it was to have her at the United Nations, I have to be honest. And he did a much better job. So, again, thank you. I'm going to speak, you're going to listen, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to get everybody into that arena. Maybe we'll have to build a new arena, because this was supposed to be the biggest one. Or we'll just simply have it outdoors. Thank you all very much. We love you. Go and vote. So you have early voting on Monday, so get in there and early vote. We love you. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, President Trump addressing the crowd outside. If that doesn't show you who President Trump truly is, I don't know what does. That is him. He knew that there are thousands of people out there wanting to see him, can't get in. So what does he do? He makes sure that he goes outside and sees them and addresses them, because that's his love for the country. He loves the people, and he wanted to make sure that they got the opportunity to see them. So I know their day is made right now. Mine would be. And so instead of them just leaving empty-handed, they did get a chance to see President Trump, because in true Trump fashion, he made sure he's taking care of his people. All right, well, the people inside are waiting for him as well, as we listen to a little bit of Elvis here in the arena at Coastal Carolina University. The wave is starting. We're going to watch them do the wave. A lot of excitement here. They actually had their phone lights on just a little bit ago, waving their phone lights all over the crowd. So it's just fun being at these events and seeing all the love and support and happiness for the people of this country for President Trump. And there's not a basketball game here today in this arena, just a Trump rally. And there goes the wave as our camera pans the crowd. If you're sitting at home, we'd love for you to join us as well as we do the wave. We'll let you listen in as this goes around the arena. All right, as the wave continues across this arena, let's talk more about immigration and the 8.6 million illegals who have come into our country under the Biden administration. There's chaos in Texas. You know, there's a debate between the state of Texas and the federal government over the razor wires. The federal government saying that that's inhumane for the razor wires to be up. States are backing Texas and Governor Abbott. Last number I checked was that 10 other states have actually sent their National Guard to Texas to help out with the battle against these illegal immigrants. Several governors have recently visited the border. That includes South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. You know who else just recently visited the border? That is Dr. Phil McGraw. Dr. Phil Show. He visited the border and he went on national news and said, look, I'm for legal immigration, but this illegal immigration has gotten out of hand. So you have people like Dr. Phil and Elon Musk visiting the border, and our national leaders are turning a blind eye to the situation. So we all know there's an issue. But the Biden administration has done nothing about it. You know, President Biden has the authority right now yesterday, actually, months ago, the day he was sworn in, to do something about it, but he has not done anything about it, and he refuses to do so. He's allowing these illegal immigrants to come in. All right, as we wait for President Trump any minute now, we want to remind you to get your free Trump book for your kiddos. Free Trump book. Let them learn about President Trump because they won't learn about it anywhere else. They won't learn about him in school, that's for sure. So make sure he is in your home through the free Trump book. With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking good. Now's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America, his plans to make America great again in his second term. It's up to us as parents to teach our kids. To help make it really easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. The best part is that it is free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. To learn more and to order the free kids guide to President Trump for your own kids, just go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. These guides do fly off the shelves fast. Order your free copy today. freetrumpbook.com. My little boy is 2 years old, and he has one at home and can't read just yet. He's only 2, but he loves looking at the pictures, and we look at it together. So you can never start them too young. Get your book today at freetrumpbook.com. The crowd is on their feet here inside this basketball arena at the campus of Coastal Carolina University. Beautiful campus. We heard that there are several games going on today. I think one of the security officers said maybe there was a volleyball game and something else going on. So there's a lot going on campus today, but the crowds are really showing up for President Donald J. Trump. Could not find parking. People were walking for blocks and blocks just to go stand in line to see President Trump. And as you saw moments ago, he did make sure that he went outside and addressed the crowd who was unable to get inside, but he wanted to make sure they saw him and he saw them, and everybody said hello to each other. But that's typical President Trump, loving the people and making sure that they walk away happy today. We're nearing 2 o'clock Eastern, and as we wait for President Trump, we're going to go ahead and tell you about Birch Gold one more time and how important they are for your future. They are the go-to when it comes to investing in your future. Thousands of happy customers, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Invest your IRAs, your 401ks. Text the word Trump to 989898. Trump to 989898. As we wait for President Trump, the crowd chanting, "We want Trump." Take a listen in. As we wait for President Trump, we're going to stay right here with you so you can see the crowds and you can wait with us with President Trump. But we're also going to toss to an interview with Brian Glenn and the Birch Gold Group about how important gold is and how important it is for you to save for your future. Take a listen.
We pause just for a few moments and talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Philip Patrick joining me now to talk about this ever-changing economy and what's going on in the world right now. And just recently, President Biden has issued his 2024 budget. Now, there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of stuff to unpack. Walk me through all of what these numbers indicate.
Look, at a glance, the 2024 budget would make you laugh if the topic wasn't so serious. I mean, really, it is full of marketing taglines like growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, or trying to ensure an equitable and effective and accountable government that delivers results for all. In fact, in the introductory message, Biden rammed home this idea that he's had a commitment to fiscal responsibility and how he'd cut the deficit. Look, fiscal responsibility sounds great, but a quick look at the numbers, I think, dispels that notion. Over the next 10 years, from this year until 2033, the total deficit is projected at $17.16 trillion. And in no single year will the deficit be less than $1.5 trillion. And that's assuming there's no wars or intervening recessions or spending sprees. To think about that for a moment, responsibility is now defined as spending at least $1.5 trillion more than the government brings in revenue every single year for the foreseeable future. It is absurd and unsustainable.
That's actually what Jerome Powell was referring to when he said the government was going down this unstable financial path. I mean, he's dead on with that.
He's absolutely spot on. And I think he's pointing to the fact GDP has grown $5.5 trillion in 3 years when federal debt's grown $1 trillion in 3 months. And we have a Congress now that is determined to just kick the can further down the road instead of addressing the problems. As we said, it's unsustainable. Even Powell can't deny it now.
Do we have any idea how much money right now Joe Biden has actually borrowed from the future of Americans here?
It's a very good way to put it, actually. The answer is a lot. When Biden got into office, national debt was $28 trillion. Today, over $34 trillion. That's a 21% increase in a matter of years. And for a little bit of context on that, $6 trillion is an almost unimaginable amount of money. For some context again, that's 20% more than we spent, adjusted for inflation, fighting World War II. That is, by itself, 2 Germany's worth of debt in 3 years. $6 trillion would be the 3rd highest national debt for any nation in the world today. That is what this guy has done in just 3 years. It's incredible.
And you look at, is he adjusting the budget to allow for this, for the shortfall? I mean, what is he doing, and what does Congress need to do?
Listen, the answer is he is doing very little. Nearly all politicians and Americans believe that the nation's fiscal problems stem from a lack of revenue. In other words, not taking enough from other people. The Biden budget claims that wealthy corporations and individuals are not paying enough taxes. So the solution, of course, let's just tax everyone more. But the problem is this. By Biden's own numbers, that only brings out about $120 billion in revenue. Furthermore, the 10-year deficit projections include these tax increases. And that accounts for about $6.6 trillion deficit reduction over the next decade. In other words, the other 93% of the money presumably will be borrowed. In other words, he doesn't address the shortfall at all. Let's just let the next guys deal with my problem. That's the mindset.
Yeah, that's a horrible mindset. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down to the average American, Philip, and how they can really survive the financial crisis that is inevitable that we have in this country. And we've talked about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group for months now. We've got thousands of our viewers have taken advantage of a lot of the specials you guys have. But let's get serious for a moment. I mean, what can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future and what they've built already?
Look, first and foremost, we've got to stop Bidenomics, right? So everyone needs to go out there. They need to vote. We need a change in 2024. Otherwise, we may be at the point of no return. But until then, and I think 2024 is going to be a very tough job for whoever takes it. But before then, we need to look at how we can protect our futures for ourselves, our families, and those around us. And that's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. Things like inflation, corrections in the economy, dollar devaluation. We have a world now running away from the dollar. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Philip Patrick joining us as we take a break from our programming to talk about this serious issue here. A lot of stuff going on in Congress, a lot of stuff going on in this country right now. But I've always said this, Philip, there's nothing funny about your money, and you've got to make sure it's secure. We've all worked way too hard to let these rascals in D.C. just swindle your money away. So I do encourage our viewers to reach out while you have a chance. All you do is text Trump to 989898. Super easy. They'll get the information over to you for you so someone can make their best judgment there. But Philip Patrick, always a pleasure joining us here. You're a gift to this country. You're a gift to this programming to bring these types of straight facts to our viewers, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Thank you. Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Possibly help you when it comes to the Birch Gold Group. They can get you going when it comes to saving. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Minutes away from President Donald Trump taking the stage here, and we're just hearing from his team some of the topics that he'll be talking about today. Of course, he'll be talking about crooked Joe Biden and also his decline in himself, but most importantly, the nation. He says that's what they're going to talk about today. He's also going to, of course, talk about Nikki Haley and how she started her career in South Carolina, but that she's now the candidate of Wall Street and the Washington swamp. So he'll talk about that to the crowd here in her home state. He says, we're going to stomp the war machine. We're going to drain the swamp. Now, he has talked about draining the swamp since he ran in 2016. He did a great job of doing that. He wants to finish the job. He wants to uncover all the crime and criminal activity going on in our country, and so he'll talk about that as well. He'll talk about China and what's going on there, and how the China does not want a President Trump in office. So be looking for those remarks coming from the president as well. Of course, he's going to talk about election interference when it comes to all of the court cases against him. You can expect to hear him talk about the left's attempt to continue to keep him off the ballot. He's going to talk about the DOJ, the FBI, our election systems. He says that they're not just coming after him. He's going to talk about how they're coming after you as well. So look for all of this going on in the coming days. And I'm smiling right now because I'm also getting word that he's going to tell the snake story that we all know and love for President Trump to tell behind the podium. So he'll talk about that snake story and illegal immigration going on in our country. So yeah, looking at a few excerpts from his speech, he'll talk about the great silent majority is no longer silent anymore, that we are a roaring crowd ready to get our country back. So lots of good topics coming from the president today. We're hearing from his team before he takes the stage. So stick with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we wait for the president. He did speak to the people outside. You saw that just a little earlier. He made sure he stopped and talked to them. And they can't get in because we are jam-packed in here right now. Again, I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I don't think you can fit another soul, another person in this place. There are so many people, but it's great to see all the patriots standing up, ready to see the president. They have done the wave. They have said chants, we love Trump, we want Trump, USA, you name it. They've chanted it. And so they're just excited to see President Trump today. But, you know, every time I come to South Carolina and I talk to the people here, no matter if it's at the hotel when I'm checking in or at a restaurant or just out and about in town, they want President Trump. And I'll ask them, well, what about Nikki Haley? And they said, nope, it's time for her to go. It's time for her to step down. They know that it's her time, that she's lost all these states before, and 4 to be exact. So we had Iowa, we had New Hampshire, we had Nevada, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So she's trailing in those states. And in the polls, if you look at South Carolina, she's trailing here as well by 31 points. So, it's not looking good for her right now. But again, early voting starts on Monday. The president is encouraging everyone to get out and vote here in South Carolina. And then also Election Day on Saturday, February 24th. So we're all set up again inside with 2 different cameras, and we're going to show the crowd. We're hearing that he's here and speaking to people in the back. And we haven't aired this today, and I want to go ahead and show this to you if our guys in the back can have this ready for us. But it was really interesting to hear from President Trump after those Supreme Court hearing remarks in the nation's capital on Thursday. You know, the Supreme Court hearing oral arguments, that is, when it comes to the incident on January 6th in the nation's capital, and then Colorado trying to keep President Trump off the ballot. The president watched the hearing, listened to the hearing, that is. It was audio only, but he listened to the hearing from Mar-a-Lago and then came out and addressed the nation. So let's see if we can pull up that video and show you what he had to say just moments after that Supreme Court hearing.
Illegally in the gotaways that are in this country. Where are they living? Well, I tell you, they're living on the streets, and they're living in public, government-funded.
Just finished watching the Supreme Court. It was a beautiful thing to watch in many respects. It's unfortunate that we have to go through a thing like that. I consider it to be more election interference by the Democrats. That's what they're doing. The good news is we're leading virtually every poll. We're leading I don't even know if we have anymore. I'm not sure that we even have a Republican candidate, somebody running, but not making any impact. So as you know, we won Iowa, we won New Hampshire in records, and each one a record. We think we're going to do very well. I'm heading out right now to Nevada for the caucus and the caucuses, and I think we're going to do very well there. All polls indicate we're in the 90s, maybe more than the 90s. We certainly did well in a primary that didn't matter, where they voted very nicely. And we have tremendous support from the people of our country. They hate what's happening at the border. They hate what's happening just generally. We're not a respected country anymore. We're laughed at all over the world. They're laughing at us. And they hate what's happening. They hate seeing it. They love our country. They want it to come back. And we're going to do that. If you think about it, Iranian situation with Russia, you would not have had an attack on Israel, which was so horrible. You would not have had inflation. You wouldn't have China talking about Taiwan. You wouldn't have any of the problems that we have today. And you certainly had a broke Iran, and now you have a very rich Iran. Iran was broke when I left. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. And now they have 200 billion. Plus, as you probably know, people don't like to admit it, they certainly control Iraq. And Iraq has another 300 billion. So you have a very rich group of countries. And as you know, Iraq should have never happened. That was a balance against Iran, and we blew out the balance, and now Iran has essentially Iraq. And Iraq doesn't like saying that, but that's the way it is, and it's a shame. The world is in tremendous danger. We're in danger of possibly a World War III, and we have a man who's absolutely the worst president in the history of our country. Can't put two sentences together. He's not going to be able to negotiate with Putin or Xi or Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Not going to be able to negotiate with anybody. All he knows how to do is drop bombs all over the place, meaningless bombs, except they kill a lot of people. It costs a lot of money. Every time you see a bomb, it's another $1 million, and it actually sets us back. We have peace through strength. This should not be happening. The Middle East is blowing up. It's blowing up, and a lot of people are being killed, and it's so unnecessary. So I just say that in watching the Supreme Court today, I thought it's a very beautiful process. I hope that democracy in this country will continue, because right now we have a very, very tough situation with all of the radical left ideas, with the weaponization of politics. They weaponize it like it's never been weaponized before. It's totally illegal, but they do it anyway, and it has to stop. Every one of the court cases that I'm involved, every single one, civil, whether it's the attorney generals or the district attorneys. You look at Fani in Georgia. They had many meetings with the White House and with the DOJ. They went there, 8-hour meetings. That was all staged. That was a phony hoax. And now you look at it, and it is a phony hoax. And hopefully that case will be dismissed in short order. It's a disgrace to this country. But they work together with the Justice Department and the White House, and not supposed to do that. Every one of these cases you see comes out of the White House. It comes out of Biden. It's election interference, and it's really very sad. I thought the presentation today was a very good one. I think it was well received. I hope it was well received. You have millions of people that are out there wanting to vote,
and they happen to want to vote for me or the Republican Party, or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. But I'm the one running, and we are leading in every poll. We're leading in the local polls, in the state polls, and we're leading in the swing state polls, and we're leading very big in the national polls. So it's been a very great honor. We love the country. I think the reason we have such big leads, frankly, is that they loved 4 years of us compared to the 3 years plus, the 3 years that they've gone with Biden, where you have open borders, you have crime. Nobody's ever seen crime like this, what's happening. And now the crime is being committed, much of it by the migrants that have come in illegally to our country. I was wondering about that. I said, you know, a lot of these people come out of jails, they come out of mental institutions, they come out of places that you don't want to know about. We don't even know where they come from. We don't know who they are, where they are. They're being dumped in from mental institutions, from prisons and jails, and many terrorists are coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price. They have to stop it. They have to close the border. By the way, the president can do it just by saying, I want the border closed. I closed the border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. There's never been a country with a border like this, not even a third world country. So we are, again, we're going out to Nevada right now. We'll be out there. Some of you are going to be out there with us. Otherwise, your colleagues will be. And hopefully we're going to have a big night, caucus tonight. We're going to have a very big night. We expect to have a very big night. The Virgin Islands, as you know, are also very much in play today, so we'll be hearing about them sometime during the day or later on in the evening. And it's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago. I hope you like it. It's worth a little more than $18 million. There's another case. He says it's worth $18 million. I said, which cabin are we talking about? But that's the kind of justice we have. When they say that to try and build up a case, that was a shame. But that gave up so much. When they said that, that gave up so much that Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. They had it appraised for, as you know, 50 to 100 times that amount. But we have a judge that's what he said. And he's supposed to be ruling on me. But who knows? Maybe he'll be fair. I doubt it, but maybe he'll be fair. So I want to thank everybody. And by the way, we proved that case 100%, 5 times over. That case is 100% proven, 5 times over. We've never seen anything like it. He just wouldn't dismiss it, no matter what. Shouldn't be there. It should have been in the commercial division. Anyway, it's an honor to have you. I look forward to having you again, and I'll probably see you out in Nevada. Thank you very much.
The U.S. Supreme Court is said to be broadly skeptical in early reporting about the effort to try and kick you off the ballot. Having said that, though, speak to the argument, legal and otherwise, that your detractors have made leading up to the day. And it's an argument that was given voice by Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, not long.
All right, I got the gist.
There's no question.
Yeah, I got the
that
gist.
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
He doesn't say that anymore. So let me just tell you that I heard and I watched. And the one thing I'll say is they kept saying about what I said right after the insurrection. Because I think it was an insurrection caused by Nancy Pelosi. This was an insurrection, if it was an insurrection, which there were no guns, there were no anything except for the fact that they shot Ashley Babbitt. Somebody from the police force shot Ashley Babbitt. So unnecessary, so sad, so horrible. But there were no guns, there were no anything. But if you take a look at my words, right after, you take a look at my speech from the Rose Garden, which was very shortly after, or you take a look at I'm only on Truth now, but at that time, we were tweeting, and I was on Twitter. If you take a look at those 5 or 6 tweets, you will see very beautiful, very heartwarming statements. Go home, the police are doing their job, etc., etc. Beautiful statements. If you see my statement made in the Rose Garden, I think you have to watch that, because today they said the words of Trump. Now, if you take a look at the words of Democrats over the last period of time, look at Schumer's statement about the Supreme Court on the steps of the Supreme Court. He sounded like a mob boss. Take a look at any of them. Take a look at any. We put together a tape of vicious, violent statements made by Democrats. Nobody brings that up. Take a look at Maxine Waters and the vicious statements that she made. I didn't do that. I said peacefully and patriotically. The speech was called Peacefully and Patriotically. It's peacefully and patriotically. He said I said bad statement. It was the exact opposite. So I think you should take a look at the statements that I made before and after, and you'll see a whole different dialogue.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Chinese President Xi. You said that you were going to impose 60% tariffs should you get back in office. Can you explain your rationale there?
We want to bring business back to the U.S. They're stealing our business. They're taking our business at levels that nobody's ever seen before. By doing that, we bring business back, manufacturing back to the United States, which I was doing. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president had ever taken in 10 cents, not 10 cents. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and jobs were coming back. I was saving steel companies. Now they're blowing it. When I see U.S. steel being bought by Japan, what a sad thing that is. To me, what a sad thing that is. So we want to bring jobs back. Very simple. Thank you.
Mr.
President, do you still have confidence in Speaker Johnson after the failed Mayorkas impeachment effort?
I do have confidence in him, yeah. I very much do. I think he's a very good man, and I have great confidence in him.
Why is Leo Nikki Haley still in the race when you're dominating in the polls?
Oh, I love that question. Thank you very much. You just said it. I don't know why she continues, but let her continue. We have a big one coming up, as you know, in South Carolina. And the polls are indicating that we're through the roof on that one. We're leading by, I guess, 35%, 35 points. So I don't know. I think she hurts herself, but I think she hurts the party and in a way hurts the country. But it seems to be dying. She did poorly in Iowa. She did very poorly in Iowa, actually. She came in third place. Ron DeSantis beat her, although you wouldn't know that if you listened to her speech. She did poorly in New Hampshire. She did poorly no matter where she went. I don't know how the results aren't in yet from the Virgin Islands, but I know she's playing it very hard. And in Nevada, she lost to No Name. She had a No Name, and she lost by, I guess, 40 points. So I don't know why she continues, but she's a, I don't really care if she continues. I think it's bad for the party. I think it's actually bad for her, too.
Mr. President, thank you for having us on a busy day here. Given the battles over presidential immunity, I'm wondering should all presidents and vice presidents be immune from any legal consequences for any action they take during their term?
Well, I can say presidential immunity, which we'll be talking about because that will be upcoming, is very, very important for a president to have. If a president doesn't have immunity, he really doesn't have a presidency. He can be told to do things that he would never do. He can do really bad things for our country. Presidential immunity is imperative. It's going to be very, very important. And I'd rather talk about that next week, but there is nothing more important to a presidency than immunity, because they have to be free to make decisions without saying, oh, if I do this or if I do that, as soon as I get out of office, we're going to be indicted, we're going to have trouble. And the other party will do that. I think we've seen that. They've done that. There's some very bad people. And you have an opposition party, and they will do things that are very bad. If you don't have immunity, you can be blackmailed. You can be, as a president, they'll say, if you don't do this, this, and this, we're going to indict you as soon as you leave office. You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. If they don't have immunity, you don't have a presidency. You lose all, you lose all form of free thought and good thought. And you probably weaken the presidency to a point that it was never supposed to be weakened. It would be a very bad thing for our country. We'll be talking about immunity in the coming weeks.
Mr. President,
how confident are you that you will be treated fairly by the Supreme Court justices? And what sort of time frame do you need a decision in order for it not to derail the campaign?
Well, I'm a believer in our country, and I'm a believer in the Supreme Court. I listened today, and I thought our arguments were very, very strong. An argument that is very important is the fact that you're leading in every race, you're leading in every state, you're leading in the country against both Republican and Democrat. And Biden, you're leading in the country by a lot. And can you take the person that's leading everywhere and say, hey, we're not going to let you run? I think that's pretty tough to do, but I'm leaving it up to the Supreme Court. Thank you all very much. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Do you believe there's an internal violence? On the topic of Iran, sir, is the U.S. doing enough militarily?
All right, you're hearing from President Donald Trump this week as we wait for him inside the Coastal Carolina Basketball Arena here in Conway, South Carolina. A rally before the Saturday, February 24th primary, but early voting begins on Monday. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to be here with you today on this beautiful day. Hey, before we get to President Trump, who should be out here any minute, I do want to let the people of New York remind them that we need you to get out and vote. Now, that seat for George Santos, who is District 3, George Santos, so District 3, that will likely be decided on Tuesday. So we need everyone to get out and vote for Macy. It's a tight race right now in the polls. Everyone in that district, District 3, get out and vote. Just a reminder, her opponent, a Democrat, we're being told, trying to take away gun rights. We don't need that. We don't need anyone messing with our Second Amendment. So vote Macy, Republican, running for George Santos' seat in New York, District 3. Also, we're just getting word that Representative Mike Gallagher from Wisconsin is retiring. That was just announced. If you remember, he was one of the congressmen who voted no to impeach Mayorkas. So he will be retiring. But again, George Santos, his seat, we're told a very tight race right now in New York, District 3. So get out and vote for Macy to keep a Republican in office. We need to make sure we hold on to that seat. All right, awaiting President Donald J. Trump here in South Carolina. This is really a state that America has been watching for a long time, especially as the field of candidates starts narrowing down, because this is Nikki Haley's home state, and she has lost the 4 previous states that has already voted. And so everyone's been wondering what's going to happen in her home state of South Carolina, where she's currently down in the polls by over 31%. So there's 2 things I'm hearing from the campaign experts. That's one, we're waiting to see, or she may be waiting to see what's going on and what will happen in South Carolina. And then also, what's going to happen with Trump in his court cases. She may be holding out in hopes that something happens to President Trump in one of these court cases, that they vote against him and not in his favor. So we are not Nikki Haley. We don't know what Nikki Haley is thinking, but she is still in this race and not doing good so far. The people don't seem to want her for. No, she's behind President Trump when it comes to winning states. And her home state, she's down by over 30 points in the polls. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting 2 weeks ahead. We'll see what happens on primary day here in South Carolina on February 24th, where 50 delegates are up for grabs in this state. President Trump right now has 63 delegates under his belt from winning Iowa, New Hampshire, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Nevada on Thursday night. And here we have President Trump.
The next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much. South Carolina, we've had a great relationship with South Carolina. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. We love this state. With thousands of hardworking, God-fearing American patriots. And thanks to proud citizens like you last month, we won Iowa by the largest margin in GOP history. We then went to a beautiful place, New Hampshire, with more votes. We won it with more votes than any candidate has ever gotten in the history of the New Hampshire primary. That's good. As you probably heard 2 days ago, we won everything in the Virgin Islands, a nice place, beautiful place. Would you like to go sometime? We'll all go together. Now we won everything in the Virgin Islands, and then we had a great night, day, month, year, decade in Nevada. We love Nevada. 99% in the Nevada caucuses. We even won the primary that we didn't participate in. We won the primary by 48 points, and we didn't participate in it. It was very nice. I think I was known as not this name. No, we won the primary by a lot. We didn't have much competition, to be honest with you. But we got more votes than anybody in Nevada in the caucuses. We got more votes than anybody in the history of that. So far, we're breaking every record. And I have a feeling we're going to do that again, right, Henry, in South Carolina. We're going to do it again. I think so. We don't have much competition, I will take. Turned out we have a lot less competition than we thought. 14 days from now, each and every one of you is going to get out and vote and deliver a gigantic win right here in South Carolina. And this November, we're going to win the White House, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. Terrible. Terrible what's been happening. Early voting for South Carolina begins. The primary begins. You got to get out. We want to send a signal for November. We just want to send, we want to win this thing so big, we want to send a signal because we have to take back. They are destroying our country. This man is destroying our country. So on Monday, go vote. Early voting, go vote. Let's not forget that this week we also had another massive victory that every conservative should celebrate. We crushed crooked Joe Biden's disastrous open borders bill. Crushed it. Mike Johnson did a very good job, and the whole group did a great job in Congress. We crushed it. We saved America from yet another horrific Biden betrayal, disaster. I don't think he knows what the hell he's doing anyway, so. I always say, by the people that surround him, or by, sometimes I'll interchange, I'll say, by Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein. But every time I say that, the fake news, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. The fake news. Every time I say it, anytime I want to have a little fun, Governor, we have fun sometimes, even though the country's going to hell, we have to have a little bit of fun. But every time I interchange Barack Hussein Obama, remember Rush Limbaugh? He'd go, Barack Hussein Obama. I wonder what he was getting at. But every time I do interchanging, we do a little interchanging, they say, he doesn't know who the president is. He thinks it's Barack Obama. I say, no, but I think Barack Obama has a lot to do with running the country right now, and we can't let that happen. He has a lot to do with it. The other day got caught. I do the imitation where Biden can't find his way off the stage, right? He can't find the stairs. Well, right there I got one, I have two, I got three, and I could jump off the back or off the front if we had to, right? And so I do the imitation. It's just fun. I say, this guy can't put two sentences together. He can't even find his way off the stage. And then I go, watch. I'll imitate him, and I go like this, huh. You ever notice he always goes, huh? He starts off good because he's pointing at the stairs, and then after that he's like, and then he turns around, huh? And in Nevada, where we did so well, we had a wall in the back. We don't have a wall here. We have great people, as opposed to a wall. I like people better, though, but we had a wall, and I walked back to the wall. Where are and then I came back, and we had we did a very good speech. They said he was unable to find his way off the stage. You know why? Because they're among the most dishonest people you'll ever see. So what I do, you have to be very careful with sarcasm and having a lot of fun, because they don't like fun. They use it to your disadvantage. But I will say that I've never seen such spirit as we have right now. Never. You look outside. I mean, this is a big place and all, but I think you have 4 or 5 times the number of people outside. You can't get them in. Would anybody like to give up their place? No? No, Vernon? The answer is no. I just made a very short, we have big screens outside. I made a little short speech, but we're going to have to come back and maybe use the airport, do something. But we got to get everybody. We got to get everybody out. But among other travesties, Biden's horrendous border plan would have allowed millions and millions. This is the worst border plan I've ever seen. You don't need a bill or a plan. All you have to do as president say, shut the border, like I did. I said, shut the border. You don't need bills and plans. Would have allowed millions of illegal aliens a year flooding unchecked across our borders. Virtually unlimited number of illegals from countries such as Somalia, the Congo, Libya, Yemen, and Iran. A lot of people coming in from Iran, a lot of people coming from China, a lot of people coming from Russia. It's interesting. They're coming from these places. Sadly, I don't want to say this to the women. I don't want to insult the women, but there are very few women coming in. They're almost all men, 18 to 25. That means fighting age. That's fighting age. So they have something planned, and we're not going to stand for it. They are destroying our country. This group of fascists, they're destroying our country. They talk about democracy. Biden is bad for democracy because he's grossly incompetent. That's why he's bad for democracy. He is bad for democracy. Plus, he uses DOJ and FBI and everything he can to go after an opponent, and nothing has ever happened like that in this country. Now, it does happen in third world countries and banana republics, but so far it hasn't, but it's happened here. And I think it's reverberating against him. I looked at the polls. I think it's actually been very, it's hard to say it's good to be indicted, but it sure as hell has helped the polls, hasn't it? Because I've never had polls like that. No, he's bad for democracy, and it would have given him new authority, the bill would have given him new authority to grant mass asylum, which, by the way, Bird Brain loves mass asylum. There's nothing nice about her. I will never run against President Trump. He is a great president, the greatest president in my lifetime, which is actually quite a bit now. The greatest president in my lifetime, she said. I will never run against him. Then she comes over to see me at Mar-a-Lago. Sir, I will never run against you. She brought her husband. Where's her husband? Oh, he's away. He's away. What happened to her husband? What happened to her husband? Where is he? He's gone. He knew. But no, think of this. I will never run against you, sir, but it's all over tape. We've got like 19 versions. The great Dan Scavino, he made 19 versions of it. I will never run against him. Will you run against him? I will never. A little while later, I'd like to announce my candidacy. We don't need people like this. And I'll tell you what. She did a job. She was fine. She was okay. But I didn't put her there because I wanted her there at the United Nations. That was up to me. I wanted to take your lieutenant governor, who's right here, and make him governor. That's what I wanted. And I wanted you to have Peggy as a first lady. Got the best first lady. So that's a lot of truth to that, too. Because this man, when I was campaigning, for a long time, I got along with her, made contributions to the governor. She'd always called contributions for years. And then I decided to run, and I said, one person I know I have is Nikki. I have Nikki Haley. Tricky Nikki. I have Haley. And so now I announce, and I call various people for endorsements. I don't think they mean much unless it's my endorsement, right, Henry? It doesn't mean much. And she didn't return my call. This years ago. Then I called her again. Finally, she returns. No, I'm sorry. I'm with somebody else. I won't tell you who because it happens to be now a friend of mine. We've all unified and friends. But you know what? It's not China. No, it's not China. But I had a man who, at the time, I didn't know, the lieutenant governor believed in Donald Trump. He believed in me. And I had the lieutenant governor, and the governor had some other candidate. And Henry, we blew that field away like nothing, right? And he and Peggy, at 6 in the morning, I said, who the hell is the guy? I said, that guy is campaigning like hell, your lieutenant governor. And I wanted him because I felt he deserved it. We won. And I'll never forget my speech. I said, I would much rather have the lieutenant governor than the governor. This is after we won. And everyone understood exactly what I meant. But he became the governor, and you're one of the most popular governors and maybe the best governor in the whole country. Oh, he didn't expect to build up like that. He didn't think, he doesn't even care. He just wants to do his job. He's a great gentleman. That's a great couple. Thank you very much. And Peggy, thank you very much. Appreciate it. What Crooked Joe is doing to our border is a crime against this nation, but he will not get away with it. We're not going to allow these horrible offenses to take place. He'll be tried by the ballot box. You know that? He's going to be tried in, by, and for the ballot box in November. I have to say that, otherwise the fake news would say, oh, he was very threatening. Remember when Biden used to say, well, I'd like to take him behind the barn and punch him. If he ever punched me, it wouldn't last long. That's one wouldn't last. No, it wouldn't last long. 1, 2, 3 seconds. I'd go like this. That would be the end. That would be the end. I wouldn't have to be violent. No, but when he said it, the fake news said, oh, that's so cute. That's so nice. He said, He's threatening to hit the hell out of me, and they thought it was nice. Now, if I said I'd punch him in the face, he'd go down like a ton of lard. Remember that expression? Ton of lard. They'd say, he's a fascist. It's terrible what he said. You know, by the way, we have a group of a lot of women. You love North Carolina, right? Okay. We have a lot of, they followed me now. This is the 129th rally that they've attended. Could I ask them, even though it's North Carolina, it's close enough, right? We love North Carolina. Would you stand up, please? Look at these people. Look at these people. Beautiful women. You're not allowed to say that anymore, but I'll say it. You are not allowed to say beautiful women. That usually is the end of a career, but I'll say it. They're beautiful women. They're incredible women. They're smart. The only thing I don't understand, I see one husband. They're good. Their husbands are home 129 times. What the hell are they doing? What did they say? No, they're great people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's support. And we were treated very well, as you know. You know Laura, she lives in North Carolina, and she named the baby with Eric, named the baby Carolina. No discrimination. I said, is that north or the south? They said, it's both. It's both. So she's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. As you probably know, 2 days ago, the Biden Department of Injustice let Crooked Joe off the hook for some of his very egregious crimes, including his brazen theft of classified documents long before he was ever president. He's been doing this for 50 years. They couldn't believe it. I remember a certain senator got up and said, no way he did that. No way. But he did it. He took them when he was a senator. You can't do it. Now, in my case, I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do what I do. But he wasn't covered. He was a vice president, not covered, and he was a senator. But this is yet more proof that we have a weaponized two-tier system of justice in this country. Crooked Joe got off scot-free. Now, I don't know if you call it scot-free. They said he was a mental basket case. Okay, so I wouldn't say it's totally scot-free. In fact, I think maybe if I had my choice, I'd take the other. I'd go through a little process, but that's better than what happened. But they said he was a disaster mentally, and he willfully stole gigantic numbers of classified documents, willful. But because of his condition mentally, is this guy going to make it to the starting gate, seriously? Well, it shows you the power of incumbency, doesn't it? If that happens, it's a sort of an incredible thing. But I've been saying no, but you never know. Be the first time I've been wrong in a long time, right? Trump was right about everything. We called every war. We called every single problem. And we would have never had any of those problems. We wouldn't have had Israel attacked. We wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting and killing everybody and blowing up their cities. And we wouldn't have had inflation because it was started by energy. It was started by oil, gasoline, which doubled, more than doubled. But these documents, stuffing them in his drawers, stashing them in crumpled boxes. And those boxes were heavily used. You know, when you look at those boxes, those suckers were in and out. A lot of people saw those documents. They didn't see the ones we had. We had them locked up, and we had Secret Service all the time because I was president all the time. And leaving them strewn all over the garage under his precious Corvette. You ever hear him talk about the Corvette? It's my Corvette. You can cut that garage door with the scissors. You know, flimsy is the word. You can take up scissors and just go like this. Those are the ones you buy for $139, right? The whole door. Not including the motor. On top of it all, Biden aides deleted incriminating evidence after the appointment of the special counsel. So I did behave with the special. I was very nice. I knew exactly what they were doing. It was election interference. I knew it exactly. As soon as I got even a call, this was election interference. I knew that. But we worked with them. We were going to give them whatever they needed. They came over to Mar-a-Lago. It was all very nice. In fact, I even treated them to lunch. I wasn't there, but I treated them to lunch. Obviously, I should have treated them to dinner. The lunch wasn't good enough, right? But I understood. But despite all of the facts, I was actually president
and the president has tremendous powers of declassification authority, etc. We did everything right. Biden's thugs are still trying to put me in jail on fake charges for crimes that they openly admit that Crooked Joe did. He actually did these crimes. Now, I'm not looking for anything to happen to this guy. He wouldn't know the difference. I mean, I don't think he even knows the difference. She goes, we are. That's like, there'll be no revenge. No revenge. Does everybody agree? No revenge. No revenge. But this is selective political persecution, not prosecution, persecution. If there was one shred of honesty or decency left in the radical left Democrat Party, and there's not, but it's a radical left, they've gone so far off. Open borders, high interest rates, horrible what they're teaching your children in school. A woke military. We have a great military, but it's headed by woke people at the top. They're trying to change it. Not going to happen. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. Everyone said it would take 4 years. We did it in 4 weeks. We have a great military. But the Biden DOJ, the entire phony boxes hoax against your favorite president and me would be immediately dropped. Everybody says it. We had 3 or 4 legal scholars today say, well, that's the end of that case against Trump, because you can't have one guy get out and then another guy who did nothing wrong, he did tremendous wrong. And I'm not even asking, because if you look back, all presidents have taken a lot of stuff. I mean, that would mean every president, including Obama, Clinton, Bush, every one of them would right now be in the who's gal. That wouldn't look too good in history, would it? But we did everything right. He did everything wrong. And what they should do is that case should be dropped immediately by deranged Jack Smith. Did you ever hear of deranged Jack Smith? He's a prosecutor. He's prosecuted a lot of people, and he loses in the end because he goes too far. He's one of those guys. He goes so crazy. That's why we call him deranged. When I return to the White House, I will have no higher priority than cleaning up this rot and this corruption and restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. The special counsel's report tries to let Biden off by claiming that he is too mentally incompetent to convict at a trial. But if Joe Biden is not fit to charge, they're not going to charge him with a crime, but it's okay for him to become commander-in-chief. Think of that one. Thank you, that one. All right, thank you very much. Just a little interlude. You know, that used to happen all the time. Now it doesn't happen too much. You know, I used to say to people, you go get them, you go get them. And then I got sued, so I said, what the hell? So now I say, please treat them kindly. This way I don't get sued. Please treat them kindly. They're lovely people. Go home to mom. But we know that Joe Biden has always been too mentally incompetent. Is he gone? I think he's gone. We don't have that. Remember, we used to have it all the time? And I used to get angry with the camera because they never show the crowd. They'll never show the crowd outside, which is many times the size of the crowd inside. They never do. But I used to get angry, and then I figured it must be the equipment. But I used to complain. They'd show me, my face, and a few of the people right back there, very attractive people. But they would never. It's true.
But they would never show the crowd, and I'd complain, I'd call them up, I'd call Fox, would call everybody, would say, why aren't you showing the crowd? Because it's so impressive. And then I realized it's very expensive equipment. It's probably new, steel cable, steel bars, so you can't turn. And then we had a couple of incidents like that, and that equipment was able to turn like a pretzel. It was like over, around, down, under. They'd get chin shots. They got over the head shots. And then I realized it was just fake news. They don't like seeing crowds like this because it just happens. I mean, it's crazy. But this is far bigger than what we had. And this is 10 months out. I mean, this is far bigger than... Look, nobody had more spirit than we had in 2016 and 2020. Again, much more than 2016. Much more than 2016. Bad thing happened, bad things. But this blows both of them away. There's never been spirit. And the reason is, you like me. Do you ever see where they say, well, we have two people running. I love this. These people, they're so this. We have two people running, and they're both extremely unpopular. I'm not unpopular. I'm 92% in the Republican Party. I'm not unpopular. I mean, brain dead. She's got, you know what she's got? Like 12%. She's got 12%. There was a poll came out today, 87 to like 9, and they're 3% undecided. 3%. No, we gotta win this thing. We have to win it big. We have to win not against her. That's irrelevant. We have to win it. We have to set. That's why you have to vote. We have to set a signal out to the whole world that come November, it's going to be different. And the reason we have the spirit is because we see how bad they are. If you like me, I love you, I love you. I mean, we've never lost here. We've never lost here. We won our primaries. We won our general election. We don't lose in South Carolina. But you know, I'll tell you, we have to send out the signal that we're not playing games. In November, we're going to win. We're going to take it all back. And this is sending out the signal, just like in Iowa, just like in New Hampshire, just like the Virgin Islands. You know, they said, oh, she worked hard on the Virgin Islands. You know what? She got nothing. The real problem facing our country is not Joe Biden's decline. The real problem is that Joe Biden is causing America's decline. He's causing it. Who the hell would allow people to pour into our country? Who would allow this to happen? We built 561 miles of wall. We were ready to put up another 200, way over what I projected and said. We were going to put up another 200. Everything was done. It was all made. Fantastic people. Tom Homan, you know Tom Homan, the great Tom Homan? I think he's here someplace. Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. The people from ICE are represented. ICE, how about ICE? They walk into a pack of the toughest gangs. They just walk in. You don't see anything happening except fists are flying. And then 2 minutes later, you see them walk out carrying real thugs, dangerous people, people that kill young girls walking to school. They knife them. They use a knife, not a gun, because it's more painful. These are real bad people. And the job that ICE does, we took out thousands and thousands of MS-13, the toughest gang, right, Lieutenant Governor? The toughest gang in the world. We took out thousands of them. And ICE did it. ICE is very incredible, brave patriots, really, and they don't get treated with respect, just like our great police officers. They do not get treated with the kind of respect that they should get. In everything he does, crooked Joe Biden puts illegal aliens first. He puts Ukraine first. He puts China first. Well, he has to put China first. He gets paid off by China. The guy gets millions of dollars. He gets millions of dollars. Why the hell wouldn't he put him first? He's actually afraid because they'll reveal, because they know how much he really got. You know, Congress has done a good job, but it's many times, if they find that, it's a little bit like the border. When they say that so many people were screened, they don't talk about the millions of people that came through. They come through the border, millions of people, and nobody knows what's going on. What's happening there is so bad. But when you look at it, he puts all of these countries first. He puts Hamas first. He puts Hezbollah first. He puts the environmental maniacs first. And I'm all for the environment. Nobody is more for it than me. But they're trying to destroy our country. You know, China is now building a coal plant a week, and we're not building anything. We're not building anything. The windmills aren't working, the most expensive form of energy ever. Germany tried it. They wanted to go for windmills and solar. They would have been out of business in about 3 months. Can't fire up the big factories, can't do it. And you have clean, beautiful natural gas. You have clean coal. You have great things. We have more, by the way, we have more liquid gold under our feet, right? Mr. Congressman, great job you did. Great speech. Great speech, Michael. But they put everyone first except us. He puts America last, and he puts our workers last. He puts our safety last. We don't know. You know, the people coming into our country, many, many terrorists coming in. They just did this chart on one of the fake news stations. I couldn't believe it. This is real news. 2019, they showed that under Trump, there were no terrorists. We had all sorts of bans. We had bans on everything. We didn't like people. We didn't like countries. We didn't like what was happening in the country. We didn't let them in. But we had big bans, and we got approval through the Supreme Court of the United States. It was very controversial. But we never had a terrorist attack during the 4 years that I was president, and we won't again. We won't again. Won't happen. You know, I wanted to talk about that so badly during my term. I said, you know, it's 2.5 years, 3 years, 3.5 years. I wanted to talk about it, Michael. I wanted to say, we never had a terrorist, but I didn't want to. I was afraid what might happen the next day. But we got through 4 years without an attack, and they knew they can't attack. They can't attack when Trump is president. Not going to happen. Because as your president, I put America first every single time, every day, and every night. But before we can defeat crooked Joe Biden, this November, we first turn, and we have to, the page forever on America Last. He actually says, we've got to stop MAGA. Do you ever see him? Like, how about the scene where he had like the devil's colors behind him, right? And he's up there. Now, fortunately, he was stuttering badly, and he just, and this is not from any problem other than the brain's not working too well. We got to put America, make America great again. Oh, is that what it means? Because he doesn't know. If you asked him, what does MAGA stand for? He would not be able to tell you. And I've called for cognitive tests. I actually think anybody running for president should have tests. I think, and I pass them every time. Dr. Ronnie Jackson gave me the first one. Anybody running for president. I don't think Nikki would pass the test, I really don't. But anybody running for president, regardless of age, I think they should pass the test. Vice president, certain positions, they say it's not constitutional. I'd be willing to waive it. Let's waive that. But I think they should. Haley is the candidate of globalists and warmongers who want to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on endless wars. She's always in favor of fighting wars. You know, during my term, we defeated ISIS. We knocked out the worst terrorists in the world. You know that. We took out the worst terrorists, the two of them. You know who they are. Took them out. Don't have to mention the names. Everyone knows who they are. Soleimani, you know that, right? Al-Baghdadi, you know, the founder of ISIS. We took him out. Soleimani, the head of, I think the Iranians actually, they were so afraid of this guy. He was a vicious guy. Father of the roadside bomb. All of the soldiers that some in this room, I saw some in this room, where they lost their legs, their arms, they got badly, so badly. But we took him out. And al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, trying to rebuild it again. I wiped it out. I wiped him out. I wiped it out. We got him done. Conan, remember Conan the dog, right? Conan. We gave Conan a medal. Conan the dog. Conan was pretty warm. That was the last thing he heard was Conan running at him. But they're gone, and we defeated, and we didn't go into one war. I'm the first president in 76 years that didn't get into a war. First one. It's a big thing. It's easy to go into war. You know, we rebuilt the military. It's easy to go into war. We're going to go in and knock the hell out of somebody. We have the best equipment in the world because of me. I rebuilt the military. We had fighter jets that were 53 years old. And we have all brand new F-35s now, and we have the greatest military in the world. We really do. When I went after ISIS, I was told 4 years, and we took them out in just a matter of weeks. The whole thing gone, 100%. I remember we got it down to 98%. And I said, let's get out of here, because Iran doesn't want ISIS. They're enemies, natural enemies. Russia doesn't want. I said, let them finish off the final two. Let's get the hell out of there. I wanted to get out after 20 years of ridiculous spending of billions and trillions of dollars. And the fake news said, he didn't finish the job. It's 98%. I figured let them take out the two a little. So you know what I said? All right, fellas, go and knock the hell out of them and let's get the hell out. We finished 100%. We knocked out ISIS. General Raisin Cane, right? Raisin, do you know who Raisin Cane is? General Raisin Cane was great. He did a great job. We got some great generals, not the guys you see on television that leave Afghanistan. Let's take the soldiers out first. Let's take the military out first. If I ask a child, there's a beautiful child sitting in the 10th row right there, about 11 years, 10 years old. If I ask that young man, what do you think we should do? Should we take the military out first or last? He would tell me, sir, last. What's wrong with you asking me a stupid question like that, sir? We took the military out first. We didn't take our equipment. We left $85 billion worth of equipment. We left the saddest. Look, we had 13 incredible soldiers. I've gotten to know their families. 13 military killed, violently killed, blown up. 38 people so horrifically hit, and nobody talks about them. Do you ever hear that? You probably never heard that from anybody else. Nobody talks about the 38 people so badly hit, legs gone, arms gone, faces just so sad. I visited many of them in Walter Reed. By the way, one of the greatest hospitals in the world. Those doctors are incredible. What they do is incredible. 5 years ago, they could have never lived, but it's incredible. 38 so badly hurt. And we left a lot of hostages. We left a lot of Americans there. We got out with the planes. Remember the planes? He said, it'll never be another Vietnam with the helicopters. This made Vietnam look like it was a picnic. It was terrible. People falling off the planes. Remember that scene of the planes leaving, and they had many people sitting on the wings of the planes and the wheels of the planes, and they were falling off at 3,000 feet. That's 3 times the height of the Empire State Building. They were falling off the planes. There was never a scene like that, and there's never been an embarrassment like that in the history of our country. We've never been so embarrassed, and that's why Putin, I believe, because I know Putin very well, very smart, very sharp. They hate when I say that, you know. They say, oh, you called him President Xi of China. I say, very smart man. They ask me, is he smart? I said, well, let's go a step above that. Let's say he's a brilliant guy. The press goes, he called President Xi brilliant. Well, here's a guy controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. Yeah, I'd say he's smart, but he respected this country. We didn't play games, and we took out billions, hundreds of billions of dollars out of China. No president has ever taken out 10 cents out of China. We took out hundreds of billions of dollars. So Nikki may have started her career in South Carolina, but she's now 100% the candidate of Wall Street and the war machine. She wants to go to war with everybody. She wants to kill people. Countries that don't want us there. Countries that don't want us there. We're all over the place. We took a lot of it out. They don't want us there. It costs us billions and billions and trillions of dollars. And I just put a truth out. Is everybody, I hope, on truth? It's the greatest. David, you're on truth? I just put it out. They want to give like almost $100 billion to a few countries. $100 billion. And I said, and I'm telling you this is breaking news. We have breaking news. I said, why do we do this? If you do, you give them not $100 billion. You give it to them as a loan. It's called a loan. Give them the money. And if they can pay it back, they pay it back. If they can't pay it back, they don't have to pay it back because, you know, they've got some problems. But If they go to another nation, they drop us like a dog, like a female drops a male after a date because he doesn't like her, right? If that happens to our country, then very simply, we call the loan and we say we want our money because we give money and then they go to another side. As an example, let's say we give all this money. We were already into Ukraine for over $200 billion. And they could make a deal with Russia in the next 3 weeks, and all of a sudden they don't want to deal with us anymore. We've given hundreds of billions of dollars. And why are we at over $200 billion? And the European nations are, if you add them up, it's a very similar sized economy. They're at $25 billion. So we're at 200 plus, and it affects them much more. We have a thing called an ocean between us, right? It affects them much more. But we're at 200, they're at 250. I did the same thing with NATO. I got them to pay up. NATO was busted until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. They said, well, if we don't pay, are you still going to protect us? I said, absolutely not. They couldn't believe the answer. And everybody, you never saw more money pour in to Secretary General Stoltenberg. Well, I don't know if he is anymore, but he was my biggest fan. He said, all these presidents came in, they'd make a speech, they'd leave, and that was it. And they all owed money, and they wouldn't pay it. I came in, I made a speech, and I said, you got to pay up. They asked me that question. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your bills. And the money came flowing in. And Henry would know this. If I said, yes, I will, you don't have to pay. Yes, I will. Most politicians have said to that, yes, we will protect you under any circumstance. Well, then they're never paying up. I said, no, you have to understand, you don't pay your bills, you get no protection. It's very simple. Hundreds of billions of dollars came into NATO, and that's why they have money today, because of what I did. And then I hear that they like Obama better. They should like Obama better. You know why? Because he didn't ask for anything. We were like the stupid country of the world, and we're not going to be the stupid country of the world any longer. We're not going to be. Got bad under this guy. So he now wants to send them $50, $60 billion. I have to say one thing. I think the greatest salesman ever in history is Zelensky. And I like Zelensky because during the hoax of, the impeachment hoax, they said I made a threatening phone call to him. And when they asked him, he said, no, it wasn't threatening. It was a very nice call. He could have played to the bandwagon. He didn't do that. He told the truth. So I like Zelensky, but that war's got to end. We can make a deal on that war. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to get that war ended. That war is a disaster. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are being killed, far more than you're reading about. And you notice you don't hear about that war anymore. You know why? Because they're not doing well, that's why. Because the fake news is totally bought in, and now they're saying this is not working out. No, we got to get that war settled, and I'll get it settled. It would have never happened with Putin. It would have never happened. And by the way, it didn't happen for 4 years. It didn't happen. We'll get it settled. But we're fighting for the people of our country. We're going to stop that war. We're going to stop other wars that are happening. When you think of what took place in Israel just a short while ago, would have never happened. Even the Democrats were on television the other day, Deface the Nation. Did you ever watch the show Deface? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. No, I think it was Deface the Nation. They're all sort of the same, all very radical and crazy. But they were saying that, now, one thing I will admit, if Trump were president, you wouldn't have had Israel attacked, you wouldn't have had Ukraine attacked, and you wouldn't have had inflation. Other than that, but we're going to drain the swamp. We started off, we fired Comey, that fraud. We got rid of that guy and got rid of a lot of others. And then we had COVID came in, and we had the greatest economy in history. Even for 4 years, the greatest economy, but just prior to COVID, we had to fix that. Nobody knew what it was. I get great credit for economy. I get great credit for the military. I get great credit for foreign policy. Viktor Orban, did you ever hear of him? Prime Minister of Hungary. Great guy. He was interviewed recently, and they said, what's going on? The whole world is blowing up. He said, I have a simple solution. Let the United States of America elect quickly Donald Trump. It will all end very fast. You're not going to have any more problems. He said, you're not going to have any problems. He's one of the toughest guys, a smart guy, great guy, loves his country. But he said, and I don't use this term, but he used this term, China was afraid of Donald Trump. Russia was afraid. Remember when I stopped their pipeline, Nord Stream 2? I stopped it. I said, it's over. We're not going to do it. You're not going to have a pipeline going all through Europe. And I stopped it. And it was done. And Biden came in, he approved it, like so crazy. We were going to be selling, because we were going to drill, baby, drill, and we were going to be selling oil and natural gas and everything else to Europe and all over the world. But these foolish people, these stupid, stupid people, what they've allowed to happen to our country. And the reason that we're all doing so well, and you're respected too. By the way, Make America MAGA is very respected now. You see Jamie Dimon, the head of one of the great banks, one of the big banks, the other day he was saying, well, no, we have to respect MAGA. We have to respect. You better believe they have to respect MAGA. And MAGA, I think, is 90% of the Republican. They like to say, well, Trump has a solid 35% of... No. It's not 35. We have 90, 95. He's lifting off. That's a front row Joe. Stand up, Joe. Front row Joes. Look at these people. Whoa. Whoa. They might even have your record, North Carolina, okay? All these North Carolina women. But they come to a lot of events, and they're rich people, I think, right? You have plenty of cash. They got a lot of cash. They got to have a lot of cash. They follow me all over the place. Thank you. Thank you. No, they're great people, actually. But as president, I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with a brand new USMCA. That's Mexico and Canada, who are ripping us off. I know they're our neighbors, but they were ripping us off. The best trade deal, they say, ever made in our country. I know it's good because they want to renegotiate the deal. And for years, we suffered with NAFTA. And everyone said, you'll never be able... You know how to get it knocked out in Congress, that one. That couldn't be executive order. And amazing, but it was a giant win for South Carolina and farmers, manufacturers. It was a tremendous win for Iowa. It was a tremendous win for Wisconsin, but it was a great win for you. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions, and I would say my relationship got to be a little bit sour. There are a lot of people think that COVID came because of that. They said, how do we get this guy out? Now what they're trying to do is use the Justice Department, the local DAs, and the Attorney Generals. But nothing's going to work. Look, we're doing a great job. We're doing a great job. If we do a great job and we have the people on our side, nothing they can do can hurt us. We're doing something that's never been done before. We're straightening out a mess. Then I gave, out of China, I gave our farmers $28 billion right out of those tariffs that China was paying, right out of the tariffs from China. Manufacturers, too. Remember, the night I won the Iowa caucuses, the Chinese stock market took a tremendous nosedive. Some people would say a little bit of a mini crash. I won Iowa by the record that we talked about. And the market dropped. Then the next week I won New Hampshire. The market went way down. The China market, what does that tell you? That tells you that you don't have to say anything. And I'm not looking to hurt them, but they have to treat us fairly. We're not looking to hurt China. We'll have a good relationship with China, I hope. But they respected us. They didn't want those tariffs. You know, for the first year, they pretended like the tariffs didn't bother them. I made it 25%, then I made it 35%. And they kept saying, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't care about the tariffs. We're China. I said, I can't believe it. They don't care. It's a lot of money, but that's okay. Then I made it 45. Then I got a call from the top man, President Xi, who you have to respect for strong. Can you imagine him dealing with Biden? Biden walks in, he falls asleep. They said, get this guy out of here. He won't know. He won't know where he was. But I got a call from the top guy. He said, please stop the tariffs. You're killing us. I said, okay. But they're great negotiators. I mean, they are great negotiators, much better than the people we have negotiating. We have these guys go over there begging. They're like beggars. But they knew that Crooked Joe and Nikki Haley are very good for China. They're China people. They're into China. Donald J. Trump is good for the United States of America. That's what I'm good for. By the way, did you see the picture? And we have, I have hardly used this crazy teleprompter today. It's terrible. We have enough time for this, right? Yes? Do we have enough time? Should we give you, David, should we give you Club for Growth? Club for Growth. David, stand up, please. He's now with us 100%. He's with us 100%. Thank you. Thank you. Good to have you, man. Now, did they show you the picture of Mitt Romney? He's like kryptonite. If you touch Mitt Romney, you go down. I had a certain senator, I won't say which one. I endorsed him. He took a 44-point lead. And then Mitt Romney got involved with him. And he started saying, here's the endorsement of Mitt Romney. That's a kill. He went from 44-point lead to a 10-point deficit. But I got involved because I knew it wasn't true. And he won his state. It was a great victory. I don't want to tell you the senator. A lot of people know. Could have been more than one senator. Mitt Romney is kryptonite. Mitt Romney is a friend of Nikki Haley. And you saw the screen. I think you saw the screenshot. And that was actually when she was with Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, do we have good work? This was not, exactly, this was not on the screen. Congratulations, people in the back. And Obama also. She actually dropped Romney for a little while for Obama. But this is where, one thing with a politician, Henry knows this better than anybody, when they come out with an idea, they change for elections. A certain person was running and he was totally against a certain agricultural product. All of a sudden, just before the election, he came out and he said, I love it, I love it, I love it. But you know that they're going back to where they came from, right, Henry? They always come back where they came from. Her policies are horrible. Her policies on Social Security, she wants to raise the age by 10 years, okay? No, now she'll deny it, but if she ever got it, she'll never get it. She's got like zero chance. Zero chance. But you know what? If she ever did, she would go back because they always go back to what they originally thought. But it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. That's why they are weaponizing law enforcement for the high-level purpose of election interference, which is illegal, what they're doing, too, by the way. They love to talk about democracy, but they're the ones who are weaponizing the DOJ, the FBI, our election systems, local DAs. I got DAs. If I fly over a Democrat state, if I fly over what's called the blue state in my plane, I get a subpoena the next day. Please report to a grand jury. Right, Vernon? I get a subpoena. I had more subpoenas than anybody probably in history. I think I had between Congress and every Democrat DA. I think I had more. I always say, I said, I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Do you ever hear of Alphonse? A very nice gentleman, Scarface. Al Capone, the greatest of them all, the greatest mobster of them all. Trump got indicted more. Can you imagine? And it all took place within a matter of minutes. It's election interference, election. I wonder what my great father and mother, they're up in heaven. Believe it or not, my father was a tough guy, but he would make heaven because he had a great heart. And my mother, there's no doubt about it. My father is questionable, but my mother, there's no doubt. But they're both up there. And they're looking up and they're looking. She's going to say, Mary, our son is indicted more than Al Capone. How the hell did this ever happen? And it all took place within moments. But they're coming after you in many ways. They're coming after you. I'm just, I'm just stopping them. I'm stopping them. I always will. Somebody asked me the other day, a very important, a very, very successful guy asked me, they see what we have to go through with these maniacs. They're lunatics, and they see what I go through. And I say, it doesn't bother me because I have such support. It really doesn't bother me, which probably tells you there's a little bit of a screw loose there, because a lot of people would be not able to function. But it actually it inspires me. They said, if you had it to do again, you had a great life. I had the greatest life. I had the most beautiful places. I had a beautiful life. I did tremendous, had a book. It became the biggest book. Many books, but had a book, one of the biggest books ever, a thing called The Art of the Deal. Had a television show, became the top show, The Apprentice. I didn't know anything about television. I didn't know anything about books. One of the greatest real estate developers, what I do best is build. I'm a great developer. That's what I did. I made a lot of money with it. You see that when you look at my statements, which are now public for everybody to see. I did great. But they say to me, you had a great life, have great homes, Mar-a-Lago, and many others like it. Then they say, if you had it to do again, would you do it? I never hesitate. I said, absolutely, I'd do it. I would have none of this happening because what I'm doing is necessary. And if I didn't do it, our country is gone. I believe our country would be gone. I really do. I really do. So in a sense, I'm doing it for you, but in a sense, I'm doing it for my family. I'm doing it for a lot of great people, but I don't even hesitate. They asked me two questions. First is that, would you do it again? And they're always surprised when I say absolutely. You know, you got to go to, on Monday I have a court case, or Tuesday. It's okay. It's all right. You just say, I wish whatever state I'm supposed to be in well, and they can all see and they understand. They get the game. Look, normally when this happens, you go like that. You announce, here's what happens. You get indicted, you go to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce my retirement from politics. I will be going home to spend more time with my family and to fight for my name. That's what happens. 99.9%, right? Henry wouldn't know because he's not even close. Okay, Henry would not know that. But that's what happens. You see, we've seen it many times, Henry, right? Politicians, they always announce they're going to fight for their name and they're going to go back home to their family, which they should have been home there a long time ago, right? That's what they do with me. They indict me. I explain what it's about. Total bullshit, all cases, right? And my poll numbers go up. My poll numbers go up. How do you figure that? But Joe Biden and the fascists that control him are a true threat to democracy. You know, he's controlled by fascists and bad people. All of this persecution is only happening because we're leading so big in the polls. If I wasn't running right now, or if I was in fifth place, or if I was like Haley, like 70 points down, I wouldn't be under indictment. I wouldn't have any problems right now. In the latest Morning Consult poll, highly respected, we're at 80% in the Republican primary, and we're dominating Crooked Joe in the general election by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. In fact, our lead against Biden is the largest it has ever been. 6, 7, 8, 9. We have one at 11 points, which is hard. I have a friend that called me. He's not into politics. He said, could I ask you a question? How come you're only leading Biden by 8 points? I said, because if I ran this speech that I'm supposed to be using, but I decided not to. You know why? Because I feel at home with South Carolina. I'm at home. I'm at home. No, if I ran this book, if I ran that book, you start off with 39 points if you're a Democrat. I actually told my children, they're great. I have great children, smart children. They worked hard, very hard. I said, I don't want to get in your way, but it's a lot easier and a lot safer to be a Democrat. It's true. If I ran that book, nothing else, just the book, has no life, no nothing, you get 39 points. That's why it amazes me. In other words, a Democrat, between the unions, the civil service, and a few other groups, I won't mention them, but you get 39 points, right? So no matter who you are, this microphone would get 39 points. We start off with nothing. We don't have that. We have to run the whole East Coast like I did twice. I did better the second time. But we have to run the East Coast. Then we have to take the Midwest. Then we have to do all sorts of things. I'll never forget that incredible 2016, though, when everyone said, well, he has no chance. Remember, they gave me a 2% chance, right? Remember the poll, the number? Some genius sold his whole company to the New York Times. They paid him millions of dollars because he gave me a 2% chance. And then as you win states, you go from 2% to 4% to 10% to 14%. So I started off at 2% the evening of that fatal for the enemy, totally fatal for the enemy. So I started off at 2%, and then it comes out, Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. Oh, that's nice. So now I go from 2% chance to an 8% chance. Then we win Georgia, we win North Carolina, we win South Carolina. We win, ultimately, Pennsylvania. We ran the whole East Coast. And you remember that lunatic with the glasses? She had a lot of hair, the glasses, and she was screaming. She's become a famous woman. So we go from 2% to 6% to 12% to 14%. Now they're starting to get a little bit nervous. And then they said, well, North Carolina is a firewall. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. They said, and we won North Carolina. Don't worry, South Carolina, we won that one easy. But they had North Carolina, your neighbor. North Carolina is a firewall. He won't be able to get through North Carolina. We won that one. And now they're starting to get worried. So now we're at a 30% chance. Then we won a couple of others. Then we won Wisconsin. That was a big one. And now we're at 40% chance. So we went from 2 to 40. And these people are going crazy. It was one of the most incredible evenings in history. They wouldn't call Pennsylvania, even though I was leading by so much with so many votes in that if I would have gotten no more votes, I would have won. I said, why aren't they calling it? They were probably trying to build up the ballot count because they thought, but ultimately it wasn't necessary. But then ultimately, late at night, I won the great state, or the great, look, Pennsylvania was a very special place. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, never call it a state. I'm glad I corrected myself. You know, if you don't correct these people, they have a field day. Even when you do correct, they'll put it in, oh, did he say state? They don't have the correction. I never correct because I hate to admit I'm wrong. It's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, David. So we win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, great Commonwealth, where I went to school. And a lot of things happened, and that was one of the most exciting evenings anyone's ever had. We had a great time. The radical left Democrats want Nikki Haley because they know that she's easy to beat. She's very easy to beat. Haley supports a 23% national sales tax, and she wants to gut Medicare and Social Security and raise the retirement age of Social Security by 10 years. Anybody getting ready for the Social Security? Would you mind? So you're ready for next year. In 6 months, darling, in 6 months, I'm getting my Social Security. I've waited for years for this. Oh, Nikki Haley just added 10 more years. That's not going to have much of an impact, right? She just added 10 years. But she gave land away in your state. She gave land away, as you know, to China. But most importantly, I'm beating Biden in almost every poll, and she's not beating Biden. She's misrepresenting a lot of things. And on the amnesty bill, she sided with crooked Joe Biden, and I sided with the people of the United States of America. A little different. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Not going to allow it. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I consider it a great badge. These are very bad people. These are very crooked people. Because I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. I never will let that happen. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way, and I always will. So we're delighted to be joined today by a gentleman. I'd give him big place. I don't have to do too much, but we're really happy to have so many incredible political people that love your state and love our country. Governor Henry McMaster is here. Henry, thank you. And our First Lady, Peggy. Thank you, Peggy. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett is here. Thank you, Pamela. Great job. Great job. We have many members of Congress, Russell Fry, Nancy Mace,
William Timmons, Joe Wilson, Mike Waltz, who you heard before, Horry County GOP Chairman Reese Boyd, done a great job. Thank you, Reese. And our 2020 Horry County Captain, Jerry McDaniel. I see Jerry back there someplace. Hi, Jerry. A man who did a fantastic job as ambassador. He really, one of the best. He really brought a lot of people together. Ambassador Ed McMullen. Thank you. A very good person, Pastor Mark Burns. Mark, stand up. Thanks. Wherever you may be. A fantastic woman, a true patriot, Laura Loomer. Laura, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. A man who's on our side, he's committed to us, and he really does get it, and politically he's as savvy as anybody there is, David McIntosh. David, thank you very much. And the next congressman from North Carolina's 6th District. I have to go to this one because he's a friend of my son, Don. And my son says he's such an incredible guy. He suffered a terrible tragedy. His brother very recently died from an overdose of fentanyl, unknowing, and it's been devastating to him. But the 6th District, North Carolina, Addison McDowell, he's here someplace. Addison, thank you. Thank you. We're with you. He has my complete and total endorsement, okay? So go get him. Go get him. And your brother's looking down, and he's very proud of you right now. So thank you very much. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe, and I believe this strongly, we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And frankly, we have to. We have to. We have no choice because we're so far behind. We had the greatest economy in history, and now we have what's gone on. I mean, the inflation, what it's done to people, it's devastated people, 35, 40, 50%, if you think, for basic staples. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That was a big thing. We fully rebuilt the United States military and created Space Force, the first time since Air Force 78 years ago, right, Mr. Congressman? And you helped us, Mike. You helped us, Mike. That was a good speech you made, Mike. I was very proud of you. I didn't know his wife had more time than you, though, and that's pretty impressive. Stand up, please. She had more time. She's great. That's very good. We passed a thing called Right to Try. You know what that is? That was a big deal. They've been trying to do it for 70 years. It's not as easy as it sounds, but this is where we have the greatest doctors and lab technicians and labs in the world for medical purposes and for other purposes, too. And we have drugs and space-age things and bio that nobody in the world has. But we're not allowed to use them because the FDA said they may be dangerous. I said, wait a minute, may be dangerous. People are terminally ill. They're not going to be dangerous. These people have to take them. And I was able to work a deal and get it passed. Oh, are you? Oh, thank you. Wow. That's good. We've saved thousands of lives. Thank you very much. You're okay now. Wow. And I never met that woman in my life. I know what happens. They'll say, she was a shill. They put her in. That's great. That's great. Many, many people, thousands and thousands of people have been saved. And we gave them the right to try. We gave them the right. They were going to Asia. They were going to Europe. They were going all over the world. And if they had no money, they were just going home and dying. Most of them had no money. They go home and die. But we gave them a license. And it was very tough because the doctors didn't want it, because they didn't want it on the records. The drug companies hated the idea because they didn't want to take somebody that was very severely ill, terminally ill, and if the drug doesn't work, they're going to have to report it. So we made the insurance companies hated it, and the country hated it because the country ends up being sued all the time. So they have to sign what's called a release. And we released the country from liability. They released the drug companies from liability. And the drug companies didn't have to report when somebody is that ill. They had a separate list. And this was such a success, Right to Try.
And thousands of people are living now who would be dead. And some are living without a problem, where they're literally healthy people. They don't even have to go back. I'm so proud of you. That's so great. Wow, that's really nice. Thank you very much. That is so nice that you do that. Thank you very much. And for our great veterans, we passed VA accountability and VA choice. Now, accountability is we fired 9,000 people from the Veterans Administration, the hospitals. They were sadists. They were thieves. They would beat up our soldiers when our soldiers weren't in prime time. They couldn't have done it in prime time. They would have gotten their ass kicked. But they did. They were sadists. They were actually, who would think this? And you couldn't, because of civil service laws, you couldn't do anything about it. They would steal. In Arizona, we had somebody stole $400,000 and they couldn't fire the person. They caught them stealing $400,000 and you couldn't fire them because of the laws. Well, we got accountability done, and we got something that was even better. VA choice. We had choice. If you couldn't see your doctor within 24 hours, you go to a private doctor outside, we pay the bill. We saved thousands of lives, thousands and thousands of lives. And we had the most, thank you. That was so great. You know, it's interesting, when I did that, I came up with that idea at a meeting. I had a meeting with a lot of generals, and they were saying how bad it was in the Veterans Administration because people would have to wait 3, 4, 5 months to see a doctor. You're pointing, right? 3, 4, 5 months. Sometimes they'd never get to see a doctor. And I said, I have an idea. If you don't see a doctor within the first few days, you go out and you get a private doctor. I thought I was so brilliant. I said, this is a great idea. They've had that idea for 50 years. They couldn't get it passed, right, Mike? They couldn't get it passed. But we got it passed with the help of those people right there and plenty of others. Russell helped in a little bit later stage. Russell is so great. But we got it passed, and now they are seeing the doctor if they don't have, and sometimes, you know, the doctors are great, but they're just loaded. And what happens is we send those people out, we pay that. We have deals worked out with many doctors all over, and they come back, and we're saving thousands of lives by doing that. I mean, some people go in, they're not very sick, and after waiting for 4 or 5 months without seeing a doctor, they become terminally ill for something that could have been done with a simple procedure, even a simple pill. They become terminally ill waiting. That's happened many, many times, thousands of times. And I'm very proud of Right to Try, because everyone said you couldn't get it approved. It would almost be impossible. I had to go through Congress, so we appreciate the congressman, and David, your help too. We appreciate the people in the room. A lot of these people worked very hard on that one, especially. And we had the most secure border in the history of our country. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in the history of our country. We ended catch and release in our country. We had catch and release, but it was in Mexico. We released them in Mexico. We built tremendous hundreds of miles of the wall. We got Mexico to give us, free of charge, 28,000 soldiers right on our border. And we created the strongest border that we've ever had. We got rid of so many things. And for medical reasons, if you were sick, you couldn't come into our country. You know all about that. We had a lot of things. They've given it all up. Now we have people that are not only, in many cases, from prisons and jails and from mental institutions. We have people pouring into our country that are very ill, and diseases that can be passed on to others. And they're coming in by the thousands and tens of thousands. And if you want, I said to my people, should I do it? And they said, well, you could ask, would you like to hear the snake? Does anybody know? You know the snake, right? Should we do the snake? Does everybody have time? It's not too long. So this is a little takeoff on a very successful song from many, many years ago. And it was redone a little bit to make it more pertinent. But I think it is because we have people coming into our country who shouldn't be here. We have people coming into our country who are going to cause tremendous problems, 100% certain that there'll be terrorist attacks in the not-too-distant future. 100%. That's a pretty big statement. So we did this, we wrote it, and people really understand it. It's very understandable and beautiful and tragic, both at the same time. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. Her pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she said, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. She turned away from him and looked him in the eye. She said she finally had arrived, and now she could be happy taking care of this magnificent creature. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried, "but if I hadn't brought you in by now, you surely would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." That's what's happening on our border. We're allowing people to pour in. We're allowing people to pour into our country. They shouldn't be allowed to pour into our country. They're going to cause tremendous problems. And again, mental institutions, they're coming in from everywhere. And it's a very sad thing. This is not going to turn out well. And the biggest problem I have, even with the election, is 10 months is a long time. 10 months is a long time. These people have done such damage to our country. I would oftentimes say in speeches that if you took the 5 worst presidents, I then changed it to the 10 worst presidents. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and added them together, they wouldn't have done the damage that Biden has done to our country. It's true. It's true. This border problem is a big problem. This is big. This is big stuff. On day one, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We have no choice. We don't want to do that. We have no choice. Dwight Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, was actually a pretty tough guy, tougher than people think. And he did it years ago. We will restore law and order. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope. Our cities are falling apart, run in all cases by Democrats. The crime in our cities, they go in and take away department stores, hundreds of people walking in, thugs, walking out with television sets, walking out with everything. And we're gonna take care of that very quickly. We're gonna take care of it. We're gonna take care of it. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C.,
and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital so that it is no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. People killed. Every week, people are killed walking into what? They come from Nebraska. They come from South Carolina. They come from places all over the country. They go to see our beautiful Washington, D.C., and they end up with a bullet in their head. We're not going to have it. I lost a great gentleman who worked in the administration last week. You probably heard. It was a car hijacking. They didn't just hijack the car. They looked at him and they shot him, and then they took the car. These people are people we're going to deal with very tough. We're going to deal with them very tough. We're not going to be protecting the criminal. We're going to protect the people that the criminals are killing. They're killing people in our country. And we're going to have a capital that you're going to be proud of. And unlike Nikki Haley, I will always defend Medicare and Social Security for our seniors, always. Always. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I can't even believe I have to say it, but I do have to say it because I guess I'm a politician. I guess. I don't feel like a politician. I will keep men out of women's sports. 100%. And I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, our very under siege. We will protect innocent life and will restore free speech into our country. We don't have free speech. We don't have a fair press, and we don't have free speech. And I will secure our elections. One of the most important things. Remember, to have a great country, you have to have strong borders and free elections. We have neither. We have neither. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, voter ID. One-day voting. By the way, the paper ballots cost 9% the cost of what you're doing right now. And they're faster and they're far more secure. So if you want to save America, vote for Trump. Get out and vote. Vote Republican. The primary is Saturday, February 24th. Early in-person voting begins this Monday and ends on February 22nd. It's closed Sunday. Remember that. The 18th and Monday, the 19th for President's Day. But go out and get a little bit early. Nikki is pushing Democrats to vote. She wants Democrats because she's not getting the Republicans. They don't. And the Democrats aren't going to do that. She did the same thing in New Hampshire. They allowed Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. Do you ever hear that one? Well, hate to say you have a little bit of that too, but not as severe. But she's pressing the Democrats. Details are sc.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, together we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like what's happening in our country. And the danger from within is far greater, in my opinion, than the danger on the outside of our country. That's danger, but this is serious. The fascists, the communists, the serious socialists. We don't even talk about socialism. I mean, remember I said, we will never have a socialist country. I was right. We skipped over socialism. We went right down to communism. It's horrible what's happening. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we are fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Columbia to Conway, from Greenville to Garden City, and from Foley Beach to Myrtle Beach, We stand on the shoulders of South Carolina heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers. I did that. Won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history, where we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere on our land. We are a nation that is considered by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal is fake. It is the Green New Scam. It's the Green New Scam. And it will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, they cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful, magnificent army tanks, considered the best in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels they've never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States of America just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a foolish and self-destructive thing? We can be energy independent, and we can even be energy dominant. And yes, quickly says that President Trump is saying you will be energy dominant very soon. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president And for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a horrible thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under Trump and the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror. They had no money at all. But those sanctions were lifted by the corrupt Biden administration. And now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages. Think of it, $6 billion for 5 hostages and $10 billion for electricity for Iraq. All compliments of the incompetent Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is watching, and they're next. We're a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death, and nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible, terrible things. There is no punishment, but when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, D.C., they become hostages for many years, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We're a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. Nothing like this has ever happened in our nation. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation. And the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the power of weaponry like no one has ever seen before. We're a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that they didn't think could be won. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan, We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If we don't win the next election, the stock market will crash, just like it did in 1929. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go openly into stores, beat them, kill their workers, destroy their customers, leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution whatsoever, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mentions of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of 500 people. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? Save my baby, what can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty. They're a crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave. They have no idea when they will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't have qualified air traffic controllers. And they just don't know what the hell they are doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports. But if you are an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through our borders by the millions and millions and millions, no matter where you came from, including prisons and mental institutions. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and has lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. We will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains. Once and for all, we will be liberated. We will be free. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again.
We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. South Carolina. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Thank you.
Crowd here at Coastal Carolina University inside the basketball arena. When this crowd roared, you could hear the rumble throughout the building. They have been excited all day long up until right now when President Trump walks through those curtains to exit the stage. It's been a fun, great time here in South Carolina, where President Trump is leading in the polls by about 31% against Nikki Haley. And the people here and all over the state, they're ready for February 24th for the primary here in South Carolina. Hey, if you're looking to invest for the future, make sure you contact Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. They can get you well prepared for your future and help you start saving some money for your IRA, your 401k. Get a free information kit by texting the word Trump to 989898. Don't forget about tax season coming up. The folks over there, the experts at Tax Network USA, they can definitely get you on track and help you get you going with your taxes, even back taxes. They have helped thousands of customers, and it doesn't matter which state you live in. They can definitely help you too. Contact that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415. Also, you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN. Your bobblehead, love those bobbleheads. Perfect gift for Valentine's Day. If you, the Trumpinator, if you don't get Valentine's Day, that's okay. You also have Easter coming up. You can put it in an Easter basket. The Trumpinator. Get yours right now. Text the word Trump to 70301. That's 70301. Text the word Trump for this one-of-a-kind collection item. Also, don't forget about the free Trump book. These are great for kids so they can learn about all of President Trump's achievements. Go ahead and get yours today for free. freetrumpbook.com. All you have to pay is a small shipping and handling fee with that. freetrumpbook.com. We want to support our friend Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com. He has done so much to help our country, so we definitely want to help him as well. Go to mypillow.com. Buy yourself some slippers, maybe some new pillows, or also some towels for your bathroom. There's so many different things, robes, you name it. You can't go wrong with anything on mypillow.com. At checkout, type in RSBN, save you some money there at checkout as well. Don't forget to sign up for our newsletter. You can do that on rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. And also with 2024 here, there's fear that there could be something unknown in the horizon, and we want you to be prepared. We don't want another COVID-19. We're hearing about virus X. We just don't know. But you can help yourself and your family be prepared by getting the emergency kit from the Wellness Company. That's Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors who want to make sure that you and your family is safe. I have mine at home. I rest easy at night knowing that anytime I may need it, I hope I don't, but it's right there. So get yours today. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Get your emergency kit so you can make sure that your family is safe in case we have another situation where you may need some medication. .com. Earlier in the broadcast, I asked you at home, what do you love so much about Trump? We got a lot of response. Read one board by our side. We can do anything. He says what we, the people, are thinking, which is true. He knows what Americans are all about. That's it. Simple. She says. Thank you, Parrish, for your comment. Thank you to all of you who wrote in. And thank you for all of you at home who are watching us tonight here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are your campaign headquarters for the 2024 election year. So good to be with you in Conway, South Carolina. Signing off now for Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.